Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again. Day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. I am joined by my homie, the big homie, Rev, welcome back. Listen, it feels like it's been a
What's
minute.
good,
Every
man?
stream we do, we always get the I guess the inaugural comment of where my man Rev at? Well, folks,
Yeah.
he's here. He's right here. He looking good than ever. What up, man?
You
Talk
know,
to
man.
us. Day
What's happening,
2
baby, man?
NFL Draft. What was your assessment on day 1 before we get all these things cracking up and ready to go?
Yeah. So first of all, man, shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate you having me on, man. It's always good to be here with the BF fam. It feels like I ain't never left. You know, I'm right here at home. So shout out to the crew. Last night for me. It was to be expected. Like I came in already knowing, and for me, I'm like, if you know Bean and you already know what he's done, what he did in free agency, you know there's no way in heck Brandon Bean is going to sit there at 26 and then wait all the way to pick 91. He's not going to do that. So I'm like, I felt like he was going to trade, but my thing was he needed a trade partner. And the only scenario that I could come up with in my head was the Cardinals. I felt like, all right, if Arizona trades up for Ty Simpson, the quarterback, I felt like that would have been the sweet spot. But when the Rams went on and took him at 13, that's when I was like, oh, hold up, I don't know. He may have to stick and pick. But the fact that the board fell the way it did, and he just traded back, not once, not twice, but 3 times, man, 3 times, and he accumulated all of these picks. I feel fantastic about it. I think for me, just the moving that he did was worth an A to me. Now we haven't seen the picks. That's going to tell a whole lot about the rest of the story. But as far as him moving and getting in position, the Bills are set up, man. And then for those who are complaining about the DJ Moore pick or the signing and how DJ Moore, he spent a second round pick on DJ Moore and yada yada yada. Look, he went ahead and he went on and accumulated that pick right back. 69, really much of a difference. Top of the second round. It's perfect. It's perfect. So how can you complain?
We're going to get into that. By the way, for those that are tuning in for the very first time or tuning in for the second day in a row, do me a favor, smash that like. But not for me. Smash it for my guy, Rev, that's joining us. Z-Boss going to be joining us later on. He's coming back from Pittsburgh. Pierre's going to be joining us a little bit. My man Kevin's going to be melting down. He'll be joining us. So we got a full-fledged day. But before we even get everything started, we've got to give a big shout out to our sponsor for the weekend, Buffalo Gift Emporium. I've been telling you guys to go ahead and give them a shot. Go give them a shout. They are located in Williamsville in Tonawanda. I've been wanting to say that for the longest time. Buffalo sports fans, it's draft season. It's draft day 2, and there's no better place to gear up than Buffalo Gift Emporium, conveniently located, you know where I said it, Tonawanda, Williamsville, located those 2 spots in New York, Buffalo, New York. So whether you're getting ready for football season or just want to prep for your Bills gear, you want to prep for that pride that you have in Buffalo, this is where you want to go year round. Awesome selection of Buffalo sports gear, apparel, unique local find. Shop in-store or online and use the code BF15. You get 15% off your online order. That's Buffalo Gift Emporium, your home for game day every day. So go ahead and give our friends a shout. Listen, I got to say this, man. You can do all this Temu shopping. You can do all that stuff that's out there, but there's nothing better than when you give to your local stores. You want to give to your local, that's in town. Those are people you know. Those are your neighbors. Go give our guys a shout over there at Buffalo Gift Emporium. So, Rev, I got to get right into it, man. Day 2 pick. We got 9 picks. Brandon Bean went and massaged and got on the phones. They were calling him. He was busy. Fam, talk to me. Where are we going? First of all, where are we going with the 35th pick? If it's your choice, you've got to pick. Where are you going with it? And do you think Brandon Bean, this is the second part question, do you think Brandon Bean says, you know what? I kind of like acquiring these picks, so let me drop down and acquire more picks. But when do you say no? Enough's enough. 9 picks? When do we say it? So let me get your pick. Who we picking at the 3rd pick, 35 that we're picking today? Talk to me, boy.
Yeah, so 35, I mean, he's in prime position to really get whoever he wants. I mean, the good news about the Bills roster right now, even though a lot of people may not think so, when you really look at it, there's not a whole lot of holes on it. Now, granted, the defense, is going through the transition to a 3-4, so you kind of feel like they're going to focus a lot of their ammo on getting Jim Leonard the players that he wants. But so a lot of people are talking about, hey, let's look at the nose tackle position, right? We got to get a big run stuffing nose tackle. To me, it really depends on how they view my man Deion Walker, and if they think that Deion Walker can play the one tech, remember he's not a two gapping nose tackle. He's not that run stopper kind of guy, And Jim Leonard wants an attacking style defense, so he could look a number of ways. For me, you look at the value and you look at the premium position is always edge rusher, and it could be another defensive tackle. So I feel like you got a guy like TJ Parker that's on the board from Clemson, pass rusher. I get it, Rev. We already got Greg Rousseau, Bradley Chubb. We got Michael Hoyt coming back from injury. We probably got Javon Solomon going to be in the mix. Who cares? Who cares? Like, for me, I'm looking at it like this, man. When you look at the way the Bills have exited the playoffs, what is the main reason why they've always exited? We like to throw a blanket statement and say, well, it's the defense. Be more specific. What about the defense has caused the Buffalo Bills to always exit? It's the lack of what? A pass rush. So you can never have enough pass rushers. I get it. The Bills were hot garbage last year in defending the run. But when they still made the playoffs, and they still went to the divisional round. And that run game, it didn't matter because you still had to deal with Josh Allen putting up points. So for me, it's all about your ability to get after the quarterback, to be aggressive, to put pressure on those boys. And the Buffalo Bills have not been able to do that consistently. We went on ahead and got Joey Bosa last year for that reason alone. It didn't work out. So nobody defensively last year was able to get pressure on the quarterback. So for me, you can never have enough pass rushers. I don't care if he's in a rotation or not, because you got Bradley Chubb, who's 30, about to be on the plus side of 30. So that could be a short-term solution right there. But if you want to go ahead and just add more talent to that position. So I like the value of a pass rusher right here. Then with pick 69 or whatever it is, you can always get another defensive tackle. For me, if we're looking at a one tech, a nose tackle, he's only going to be on the field with like 2 downs. So
depending on who you get,
it does. But you got Deion Walker though, so that's my thing. If there's a player, a defensive tackle that I like, it's not going to be Caden McDonald. I know a lot of people like Caden McDonald because he's just run stuff guy.
So you're not rocking with that?
For me, no, I'm not saying that I don't like him. I'm just saying I don't like the fit. There's a guy that I like better.
Okay.
And that's my man Christian Miller. I like him a lot better.
Christian Miller, really?
Yes, Christian Miller, out of Georgia. Because he can play the nose, but he can also move all up and down the defensive line to 3 tech, out 5 tech. He's more versatile than Caden McDonald, who's just going to sit there and just stop and run and then leave on 3rd downs, So I like Christian Miller. So for me, if they can come out, I don't care their order, 35, 69, I don't care but if you can come out with an edge rusher and a defensive tackle like Christian Miller, I think it would be perfect for the Buffalo Bills. And I know a lot of people talking about linebacker, but we can touch on that a little bit later too.
We will touch on that. That's a name that I didn't hear that name thrown out yesterday at all. I mean, amongst the guys we were talking to, I didn't really see that name in the chat either. Chat, talk to me right now. Christian Miller, are we in on Christian Miller? Listen, I'm not hating on it. If he's the right fit, if it's the guy that we feel that is the best pick, great. Because what that tells me is if Christian Miller is the guy that they were looking for all along, they just did themselves a great service by acquiring more picks and getting the guy that they want. I just don't think that's going to be the route that they take. I now that I'm in the 2nd round, knowing the depth that we have and the moves that we've made, let me remind folks what we were able to do yesterday by acquiring picks. Ladies and gentlemen, let me see if I can add the images so you guys can see it for yourselves. But we have added some significant firepower to our draft picks, and this allows us to really pick some quality at this position. So to me, you have to take Jacob Rodriguez right there. Off-ball linebacker, he's instinctive. He's physical. He knows where he's supposed to be. Why don't you bring a dog to the defense? We've been lacking at that position. I mean, I like Terrell Bernard. Don't get me wrong. But we've seen the limitations that Terrell Bernard has. We've seen it. We've seen him get washed away. We've seen that type of stuff, but we've seen his instincts. Why not find a way to get both these guys on field? On top of that, you get a thumper in Dorian Williams. That just boosts that defense right there. And we still got picks to go and get that interior defensive lineman we need. You don't hesitate, and you get that linebacker right there. Now, some folks are saying, "Babe, Javier Rodriguez, he kind of gives me the same vibes that Terrell Bernard does. So why would I go and do that? We're going to a 3-4 defense. Give me a thumper. Give me a Josiah Trotter, right? Who knows where they're going to go? But right now, it makes a lot of sense to go interior defensive tackle. But I think there's some good depth there that we can still plug and play. But you don't find guys like this player in Rodriguez often, right? You just don't. This guy he just got it, right? The amount of accolades this guy has racked up. He was a top 10. He was a top 5 nominee for the Heisman, bro. Not many defenders do get that head nod to be in there. It's usually the offensive piece, usually a quarterback. So Rodriguez, if he's there and he's sitting there and you got him in the second round, bro, you laughing. Now, the one thing that it's in conversation right now is that Bean is being called, and they want to potentially trade on back. They want to trade on back. And I mean, I understand trading on back and seeing, I mean, the guy that you want, you can still acquire him and you get some picks. I get it. Only if you're doing it just to trade right back into the second round and double up. Because if you couldn't get that in the first round, you didn't like the talent in the first round. All right, double up and get it in the second round. So this is where I'm looking at seeing if Bean is really going to, if he's really going to like show us something that he's all in and he wants to have success for this team. All right, you acquired the picks. That's cool. If you can double up and try to get 2 second-round picks in there, on top of that, you already got DJ Moore for the second-round pick, and you get 2 more picks because you moved some things around. We got 3 fourth-round picks, 1 at the top, and then we got 2 at the bottom. We've got to move some things around in order for us to get something viable. But this pick is crucial. I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it today. This is the one that sets the tone for the rest of the draft. The first pick that the Bills, the first pick tonight for the Bills sets the tone. It has to set the tone. Do not give us a dud by drafting. I don't know. I don't want to, knock down any player, but like a guy that you didn't like. Okay. They drafted a guy that you weren't expecting, like Denzel Boston, for instance, right? A lot of people are like, yo, stay away from Denzel Boston. Let's say he sets the tone and drafts Denzel Boston. Bro, that's going to deflate a lot of Bills fans. Bills fans going to be like, yo, for real? Is that what that's where you went? You did all of that just to draft Denzel Boston? It very might well be the pick. I have no idea. However, we will see. CJ Allen might be the very pick.
Yeah.
Linebacker out of Georgia. Why not? Most folks are saying, hey, that's a solid pick. Here's at the end of the day, this is what I want to get off my chest, though. It all doesn't matter where you got drafted when you get to camp. Nobody gives a rat's A if you're a first-round draft pick or you're a seventh-round draft pick. Just take a look at your squad right now. One of our beloved players on the team was a 6th-round draft pick in Christian Benford. Did you guys care where he was drafted? Y'all didn't even know who he was until we got drafted. And you're like, oh, I love Christian Benford. So Bean thrives in the middle rounds. This is where he does his work. So if he didn't go in the first round, cool. Double up and get your players in the second. And this is where we have to really get going. Now, I do have beef. There's my guy. Bot's in here. And I want Bot to chime in on this. I need Bot to chime in on this. And Rev, I need you to chime in on this.
Gotcha.
Twitter has been an absolute tire fire with people absolutely upset with the Brandon Bean trading back, and they are losing it. Literally. They don't like it. They think he's a bum. They should have got rid of him. What's he doing trading out of the first round? You should have got your guy in the first round. What guy? The reason guys usually trade back is because they don't like whoever's there. There's a big board for a reason. If none of the guys I like is in my big board, I can get them later. What are we doing? I try not to get involved and get in the back and forth because there's too much. But I'm going to get your thoughts on this because you might feel the same way where you're frustrated, or you might feel, yo, Rico, you're right, man. Yo, Twitter is an absolute It's a tire fire. And by the way, somebody said that we traded. I don't know if it's true or not, but we're gonna get going. But talk to me.
Yeah, that ain't me.
For starters, good to see you, fellas. Glad to be back in the comfort of the Miami Blue studio that I've yet to get repainted.
Love that you're back, buddy.
Yes. So to your point, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I think it's absolutely insane that people do not like what Brandon Beane pulled off last night. You look at the value that they got in return for that Houston Texans trade, and that alone would have been, I think, a solid outing for Brandon Beane should they have stayed and picked at 28. But he wound up acquiring more. And then beyond that, he wound up acquiring even more. If you went into last night, I think the one thing many people would have agreed upon was that they wanted the Bills to trade out of round one. So what's the problem? Because it took 3 trades to do it? Because he didn't get a 1 next year? I'm oftentimes left. I go back to some of the dumbest stuff ever. Like, yeah, the big bison outside of the Bills stadium is going to be cool, but not the kind of bison I wanted. I wanted the old school bison, not the new It's like, what do you want? Do you want what you actually asked for, or do you want it exactly in a way that is so beyond, like yes, you wanted to trade back, it feels like, Rico, but you wanted this haul that you could have said, oh my God, how did they pull this off? In reality, the Bills getting that trade done with Houston was the biggest steal of the entire night. And then you add on 2 additional picks. I also think, fellas, and I was listening to you on the way home as I was driving like I had the Batmobile. I would say that the guy they're about to get tonight would be probably the same value they would have gotten last night. That's why I like it.
Side note, I love Deshaun Stribling going to San Fran. He's going to be a dog. I'm going to tell you right now. After Jordan Tyson, this was my favorite receiver. Stribling. Yeah, this guy is legit. I'm a fan of this guy, and you will hear a lot of this guy. I'm telling you right, Stribling, if you guys don't know who Stribling is, go look at the tape, go look at the film. You're going to be like, holy crap, man. How did this guy go? But he did. San Fran knew what the hell they were doing. They knew what they were doing. Oh, I was hoping he was going to fall to the Bills maybe, but nah, we here now. But I'm with you, man. Nobody knows what they want. They're upset. They're up, they're down. And then by the time the draft is done, they're going to say, you know what? Maybe Beane was, he did have something up his sleeve, and I don't mind it, right? We always crash out at this a little bit, and then we come back to our.
But you know what? Nobody's yet to answer to me, for me, Rico, and to that question is who did you want? Because Casey Concepcion was gone, and you know what came out? It seemed, and I don't know how official any of this stuff is, but there was rumors that the Bills were in on him, and the Browns went with him. In my opinion, it was a bad pick by the Browns. What's Concepcion doing in Cleveland? Probably not much. I think he would have done a hell of a lot in Buffalo. So he's gone. I said it to you last night. You looked at the run of players that went after Concepcion. Who was the guy that you lost sleep over last night with the Bills not getting? To me, nobody. Why wouldn't you get more picks? And that's just, I feel like we all are aligned. And I got to tell you one last thing on this. I didn't get the pulse of the fan base until I hopped on Twitter later last night. I could not believe it. I would have thought it all would have been positive. Somebody mentioned me in a comment, Rico. They said, finally, somebody that has a positive take. That was my first glimpse at it. I go, what do you mean? There's no what? And sure enough, there it was. Just a bunch of, what are we doing?
It was nasty. Yesterday, I was asking the guys, hey, guys, based on what we've done, I know we didn't pick, so on and so forth. What do you grade the Bills? Let me know. Buddy, it was A's and F's. Not A to F. Yeah. It was A's or F's. Nothing in between. I was like, golly, this is how... You know what I mean? We're far apart.
How could it be an F though? In what world is it? I could get maybe no way to give it like a B minus, right, fellas? An F? I mean, what are we doing?
It's mind boggling the way that the fan base sees this. All right, I think it's when you don't grab the guy that they want, it's an automatic failure, right? The fact that Brandon Beane trades out is a failure. Anyway, the Bills are on the clock.
Yep.
Arizona just grabbed the guard. Stribling goes to San Fran. The Bills are up,
fellas. It's the pick of the litter here. It's either linebacker you want. Caden McDonald, I just got back from Pittsburgh. Guys, he was at the draft. He was fully expecting to go round 1. He is sitting there right now. You also have Denzel Boston. I couldn't believe the amount of people in Pittsburgh who thought he would be the perfect fit in Buffalo. Brandon Beane, once again, to those who hated whatever happened last night for whatever reason, they got their pick of the litter here. And I guarantee you, Brandon Beane probably feels no different about what he's about to do right here than what he would have had to have done yesterday should it have stayed there. And he had to pick in the first round, wasn't able to get out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, this is the move that has to happen right now. The Bills know what we need. I mean, we talked about it at length yesterday. Offensively, we're not struggling offensively. Do we have games that we struggle? Of course, every team has that. But where we mightily struggle consistently is defending the run. We've got to get someone that's going to be the impact right away. Listen, Bot gave me his opinion. Rev, I know you kind of jumped in. You like, listen, give me someone on the defensive line, right? We just need to understand that this is where we need it. Does Bean surprise us here, or does he grab something that is, okay, this makes sense? Does he grab something that makes the fan base nod in agreement together and say, you know what? Okay, this is the move. Or does he surprise us right here?
Well, I think if it's a surprise. Right now, so, am I behind?
You're muted.
Sorry. I saw the footage they just panned to, and the whole room just standing up clapping. So I
think it's defensive tackle.
Well, we're about to find out. The pick is in, so the Bills officially are picking. Please do not do anything.
Yes, I was just gonna say I'm looking away.
I'm not even looking at the chat right now. Right. So it's linebacker or defensive tackle or edge. It's in that box.
It could be edge too. It could be edge too. Again, I like TJ Parker, but we'll see.
We will see right now. So, I mean, listen, guys, offensively, we know that what we do, we're potent. We're top 5, top 10 offense consistently. Josh Allen is a future Hall of Famer. James Cook, baller. Offensive line, somewhat intact. We're just missing. We're going to have a battle at left guard. We're back to where we need to be. Receiver room, DJ Moore, the addition of DJ Moore, we know what that's going to do. We're waiting to see how it's going to formulate, but defense has more questions. And we got a new defensive coordinator, for crying out loud. You want to help him out, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to give him his piece, right? Help him out. Help brother out. Help out a little bit.
That's what I think, man. So that's what I think all this trading down was for, man, to really help him get the players that he wanted.
Listen, and whatever defensive player that they go ahead and choose right now. Listen, Buck keeps clapping like he knows what's going on, but I think it's just exciting.
We're doing it now. It's happening right now. We're walking to the podium. Here we go, guys. Here we go. The card is about to be flipped over.
I'm looking forward to it. Let's go. Come on, man.
Wow. And so it winds. Wow.
Yo.
Wow.
Yo. What I say, man? What I say? No, boys, he's nice like that, man. Hey, stand up.
So we got our linebacker.
Do we? I mean,
Edge, man.
I said, do we?
No, I'm saying like we didn't get our Milano or Shaq Thompson. I mean, I don't
need it though right now.
I don't know what we got in TJ Parker. To be frank, I'm going to
look at Parker, man. He's a stand-up outside linebacker, and he's gonna bring the juice, man. And he's big, so not only does he provide you with heat off the edge, but he's also a very good runs defender too. So throw him in the mix, man, with Rousseau and with Chubb. They loved him from a long time ago.
Rico, are you with me here where you this is the last thing you I did not see this coming. I'm kind of taken back here.
We were saying this last night. He's gonna do something that's gonna be like, what? We're not mad at it, but we didn't see this coming. Like the surefire picks are here, but you decided to go left. And this is the thing.
Is it left though? Was it really left?
I don't want to say left. Maybe TJ Parker becomes that guy, but I have a bias. I'm not a fan of Clemson defenders. They have never done something for me, right? But I think I did the same face Bot did. Bot clenched his teeth like this. He went.
I love it, man.
It wasn't a smile, but it wasn't a grin either. It was just like, okay.
Yeah, it's more like what I really should have done, and why didn't I do this? I don't know. I guess my body is just having adverse facial reactions. It was more like this. Because I'm looking at this, and the way I saw it, Rico, I thought You got a Caden McDonald. You got maybe, a Lee Hunter type guy. Those two guys, they were looking at these guys for just run stuffing, clog the middle up type interior defenders. I thought that would go a long way, especially when your defense stopping the run last year was just about as bad as it gets. Right. So I thought that made sense. Then, of course, the linebacker, your traditional linebacker, your Rodriguez, your Allen, they're sitting right there. I think there was a ton of mocks that had the Bills taking either one of those guys at 26. Now you're at 35. And that, obviously edge here, your traditional linebacker, that has not been addressed. And that's going to have to clearly be addressed at some point later on. Or maybe you find a way to get Milano back or Shaq Thompson. We don't know what's going to happen. But I thought that felt like it was not only a need, but also you had two really solid guys at that spot to be able to go with it. I just thought Rico edge, once again, and we've talked about this 1,000 times, they have thrown many a lottery ticket at trying to figure out this position. Now, granted, Rico and Rev, could this be the lottery ticket that we walk into the gas station with and say, sir, ring it up, ring it up? And I'm hoping it is. But I had just thought, I had convinced myself of other positions at this point, fellas. And that when I saw edge, I was a bit stunned here.
I'll say this, man.
Go ahead, Rev.
I said, man, look, the thing that really has stopped the Bills in the playoffs has been defense, but more specifically in the playoffs, it's been the lack of pass rush. They addressed it in the free agency with the addition of Bradley Chubb. You have Greg Rousseau. You're still waiting on Michael Hoyt to come back from the Achilles injury. They still going to rotate. Who do you have besides that? Javon Solomon. You get an edge. That's a premier position. Edge defender is more premier than a nose tackle in his defense, where you're not going to be on the field for more than 2 downs at a time. They have there's more nose tackles that the Bills can choose that can play that run stopping position than spinning it at 35 on a Caden McDonald. They've met with Dominique Big Citrus Orange before. You've got Lee Hunter. You even have other guys later on in the draft that you can plug in. For Christ's sake, when did they pick Deion Walker? What round did they draft Deion Walker? Fourth round, something like that? Like, look, they can find a defensive tackle to play that position. I saw somebody earlier talk about, Christian Miller, who's from Georgia. He's not big enough to play the run. Let me share something with you. Jim Leonard, when you look at last year, the Broncos nose tackle, DJ Jones, 6 foot, barely over 300 pounds. You wouldn't consider that to be a big run clogging nose tackle. But when you look at his defense, though, he is attack mode. So you can find these guys later in the draft, and there's no telling what he's going to do with Deion Walker, who I think is going to be the chess piece across the defensive line. They still have picks that they can add a defensive tackle like that later on in the draft. But edge rusher, it's going to drop off real quick, and you're going to be sitting here looking crazy when you're having to rely on Greg Rousseau and Bradley Chubb, and then you've got nobody because you're still waiting on Michael Hoyt. Anyway, I love it, guys. I absolutely love it, and this night is still not over. Absolutely.
What do you grade this?
Hold on, fellas. Hold on. The plot just thickened immensely because Caden McDonald is now the immediate pick following that. A guy that I think a lot of people wanted Buffalo to go with. He is now a Houston Texan. He becomes part of one of, if not the best defenses in the NFL. Now, much like the receiver in the Keon Coleman situation, Rico, he'll forever be linked to the Bills pick at 35.
Listen, I'm with Bar here. This is the one thing that I said. I promised myself that I was not going to big up Brandon Beane until he shows me why I should say, okay, I'm back in your corner. I wanted to stay neutral and see what he does. I liked what he did. He traded down. He got the picks. Okay. I even said, set the tone with this pick right here. And I'm underwhelmed because I feel like Caden McDonald could have been the piece that we needed to kind of get guys free to do what they need to do, right? We bring in an edge player. I know you like TJ Parker. You said you're a fan, and we're gonna have to ride with him. We got no choice. We're gonna have to ride with him. But I'm looking at what we got. We got we have obviously the 29-year-old and Bradley Chubb. You talked about Greg Rousseau. Greg Rousseau is an 8-sack guy, not a guy that you can depend on saying, yo, I need you to go make a play. Is TJ Parker the guy that's going to go out there and say, yo, go make a play for me? Can I count on you to make a play for? Is he that guy, right? And it's hard to say, but he's a rookie. How you know he's that guy? Bro, there's some guys you know that they're going to do some work. They are going to do some work. This guy right here, Kane, he's going to do some work. Too. You got him with Will Anderson?
Well, that's the thing.
You got him with Neil Hunter?
That's the thing, though, because when you look at we're comparing apples to oranges here, though, because that defense and yes, in Houston, they're 4-3. So you've got those two edge defenders in Will Anderson and my man Daniil Hunter. You plug him in, he's going to be your 4-3-1 tech. But let's look at what Brandon Beane said this base defense is going to look like right now under Jim Leonhard. It's going to be a 5-man front. So let's count the 5 men that we have right now. He said out of his mouth, there's going to be 2 defensive tackles, a defensive end, and 2 stand-up outside linebackers. Greg Rousseau, Bradley Chubb are the 2 outside linebackers. Defensive tackle, you have Ed Oliver and Deion Walker. Then the next piece is your defensive end. That's your 4-eye, your 5 tech defensive end, who's more of your longer, bigger-bodied edge defender, who right now they're probably looking at, like, you could either look at Deion Walker, who could be used like that, or Fadarian Mathis. But that, to me, is a hole. So when you look at guys like Caden McDonald, where is he going to fit in that? He's not going to really fit in that 5-man front. So they're looking for a guy probably at the edge defender position, not pass rush right now. I'm talking about like later in the draft, that defensive tackle position. They're looking for that 5-tech guy. That's why I said a guy like Christian Miller fits, because he's versatile across the line. But they've also been looking at a guy from Oklahoma, Grayson Halton, who's that 5-tech guy. I'm telling you right now, guys, look, we're going to be okay. But now when you get away from that base front, that 5-man front, and you go into the nickel package, which Jim Leonhard spends, over 60% of the time in that, then it's going to go to a 4-man front. So Caden McDonald's coming off the field. So now you're going to have Ed Oliver, Deion Walker, and you still got your 2 pass rushers. Why are you going to spend a premium pick, 35 overall, on a 1-tech defensive tackle who's only going to be on the field 2 downs? That, to me, is not great value. It's not. And unless you're talking about Dexter Lawrence, then it's just not great value. They have other guys in the draft that they can still get. You still have Lee Hunter. You still have Dominic Orange. You still have other guys that they can target. Corleone. They can find guys who can fit that role. I'm telling you right now, guys, we're
get that part. We get that part. There's still other guys, but and I think we were saying this yesterday, but when the guy that is available right there, take him, because you don't know if, you know what I'm saying, the big citrus is going to be there later on, but you had your guy right there. But I guess they love TJ Parker. I'm going to be real. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of this pick. I was trying to be neutral. I was trying to I'm going to love it. I know I'm going to have no choice but to love it later and say, hey, he's on our squad. But I don't initially like this pick, because I'm looking at, bro, then what the hell was the point of grabbing Landon Jackson? What was the point? Because
Landon Jackson was a different scheme. So they got him. They got him
on the roster. So now what? What
they going to get rid of him? I mean, they can. But at this point,
they pretty much did by just grabbing TJ Parker. What you gonna do with him now?
You
know what happened? You know what has to happen, though, fellas. This has to work. I have had about enough of every year taking a flyer on a different edge prospect, whether it's a vet or whether it's in the draft. This is what it's become. It's an annual tradition. We go with Von Miller. We go with Joey Bosa. Now we go with Bradley Chubb. Now it's TJ Parker. It's Greg Rousseau, right? You are constantly throwing a dart at the wall, trying to hit a bullseye, and it's just not happening. It has to happen here now. It has to happen. No, here's the thing, Rico. From Rev's perspective, objectively,
I'm trying to.
Everything he's saying is correct. The Bills, we all know this. The Bills need to get after the quarterback. They can't do it. They need to be able to do that.
Yes, that's it.
TJ Parker is drafted to do that, right? Here's the problem. Everybody they've brought in to do this, for the most part, has not been able to do that. That is why they continuously have to go and get more guys to take cracks at trying to be able to do that. So I'll say this. In theory, based on what Rev said and based on what we all know, the pick itself is not a bad one. But it has to work because it's not like this is the first time they've tried to go and get this taken care of. We're on our sixth attempt here or so.
But this is, I think, why people are pissed off. You're saying it has to work. We've tried this multiple times, and it hasn't worked. And then we did it again. So it's like, fam, when are we going to learn?
Well, mind you guys, though, here's what I'm thinking. Here's my thing.
Hold on, Red. Let me say one more thing.
Come on with it.
Hold on, let me say one more thing. Do we like AJ Epinesa? Because this gives me AJ Epinesa. We didn't hate AJ Epinesa. AJ Epinesa is good. I'm not comparing the two. I'm just comparing what we did with that first pick in the second round that we had. We took AJ Epinesa. And when he came to the team, he was supposed to be a good solid player, and they were raving about him, and he ended up being just a good player, like a really good player. This is what this TJ Parker pick gives me. I'm not saying they're same, just the fact that where we picked him and what he's going to be doing in this new defense, I'm just not. I'm like, it's not pulling me. It didn't pull me in. But we got 8 picks to make up for this. We got 8 picks to make up for this. So, and he ain't picking all 8 players. He's going to be moving around. So maybe, and here's another thing that gets me about Bean. Bean has a way of getting you to say, you curse his name, and then he comes back and says, "Golly, that's a good pick right there." I'm back on the train with Bean. That's what Bean does to us, man. Golly.
You want to know what it is too? I don't even know if we knew what we wanted. I think that, and I think the only thing I know is it wasn't, and this is no knock. That's the thing. And mind you, I will say this: it is no knock on TJ Parker. He just wasn't on my radar. I would have thought if you had multiple interior D linemen that had known links to Buffalo, and they were there after trading out of round 1, I would have thought maybe you'd go with one of those guys. When you have 2 linebackers that you were significantly linked to throughout the draft process that are there for you at 35, but why is it a smoke screen when it's 2 available positions where you look at a guy like, and once again, and this is where I get concerned, Rev, Caden McDonald now goes to the Texans the following pick. And in all likelihood, you want to know why that's going to work? Well, because he's already walking into what is probably unarguably the best defense in the NFL, at least in the AFC. I think that goes without saying. So now what happens, Rev, right? This goes back to the Trent McDuffie and Kyer Elam situation. Most notably as of late, right? Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey. We're lucky that it hasn't worked out with Kansas City and what's his face there. Why am I blanking? Give me the wide receiver, fellas. Keon Coleman draft.
Xavier Worthy.
Thank you. So once again, just to add another element to this, what scares me is I think a lot of people in Buffalo really wanted McDonald at 35. The Bills don't take him. They take a guy that wasn't on many people's radar. And guess what happens, fellas? He goes the very next pick. So now you're once again in one of these scenarios where not only are you hoping our guy works out, but now you're hoping that other guy doesn't become an all-pro because you could have had him, right? That's the problem.
Different defense, man.
Here's the killer part. And I know this is going to come out probably. Texans come out and say, we honestly thought the Bills were going to take Caden McDonald. And the fact that they didn't, we were excited about it. I can
Rico, you're dead on because they traded up. They traded up. You're dead on. They traded up. That's such a good point you're making. They traded up as soon as the Bills pick was. I didn't even think about it. That's a great point.
We thought the Bills were certainly going to take a 3-4 defense. You need a plug in the defense. You need a big guy.
Great point. My God, Rico, that's a point. I don't want to hear that. That scares me.
It's a different defense.
I'm sad to even say it, but you're going to hear. Rev, talk to me now because
can I talk now? Okay. Let me say. I'm trying to help you guys out, man. But y'all are very, very objective. So look, it's a different defense, man. I can understand if the Bills still had the 4-3, but look, here's the thing: you have Deion Walker. Even let's say if they never made the switch to the 3-4 and you still had your 4-3, Deion Walker's not coming off the field, fellas. You got him and Ed Oliver. So you add Caden McDonald, who's off the field. You know what I'm saying? So Deion
Who's
Walker
off the
is,
field? Bro,
to me,
we were used to having guys off the field with rotation with McDermott. We're used to it.
Okay, but who's to say that's what they're going to do now with this type of defense? So they probably can't. They probably won't make that kind of rotation. But what I'm saying is, for this particular style of defense, that value for a nose tackle is not as premier as we think it should be, especially when you're looking at the Houston Texans who play a 4-3. A 4-3, one tech is very important. You look at Sean McDermott's defense when he first came here. Who was the first one tech that he went on and brought in? Starlo Tulele, because that one tech was very important to the 4-3 defense. In the 3-4, you do need one, but in this kind of style that Jim Leonhard plays, attack mode, guys, I'm telling you, Deion Walker is probably going to be that guy, but there's more players that they can plug into that position because he's not going to be on the field most of the time.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. Bobby says you better sit your behind down because Deion Walker is actually ranked one of the worst run defenders in the
and Rev, see that? 5. And I think that's the point. It's not necessarily this idea of this nose tackle. It's the fact that the Bills were susceptible to letting anyone run for 175 on their head last year. I just thought it would be worth. And once again, I want to preface, I don't even dislike this pick. I want to know what was it about this pick that outweighed what I think to be 4 other defenders that had notable links to Buffalo, or at least it felt that way, right? And in my opinion, with the run game being what it was last year, to your point, Rev, on maybe why it wouldn't be worth going this high at that position, this is where I thought maybe it would be, having a guy that could go and transcend what was a bottom 5 run defense last year.
So let me ask you this. Before we even get into it, let me get my man Kevin. Kev, give me a flex when you're ready to go, bro.
Give me a double flex special, Kev. Come on.
he's like, no, screw you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, our guy, Kevin Gerard. What up, Kev? Right, what's happening, brother?
What's up, Kev?
Let's get Kev's perspective because he'll shoot us straight.
Please.
I just got here, man. Just got
here.
All right, come on.
Who'd you guys pick?
TJ Parker to the Bills.
Oh, no, that's what I wanted.
Oh, here we go.
Are you lying or are you just trolling?
No, that's who I wanted. I show you the tweeter later. That's my guy. You guys took him?
Yeah, the Bills took him. So Rev is honestly, he's saying, guys, relax. That's a good pick. Y'all are tripping right now.
Very good pick.
So talk him off the ledge, man.
It's a McDermott pick for sure because it's another one of those big ends that you guys like, except he's got more juice than an Epinesa or Landon Jackson. That's his name, right? The guy from last year's second round pick. Yeah, those guys. But it's another big guy. I genuinely wanted him. I was talking about it on Twitter today. That's who I wanted for Miami. So I'm surprised he stuck around. Coming into this year, he was a really, really supposed to be a high first round pick.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Kevin,
what?
Did you see
what?
That?
What?
The Browns took
Concepcion and
you know what's funny? I said I don't think it's never been done in the history of the NFL where a team has gone back-to-back receivers. It's never been done. It's been done by the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns just went.
You know what they said, Rico? Shador, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
No, we're gonna find out. Is Rico's boy Deshaun Watson's gonna take that job?
Listen, God. Deshaun look he ready.
Good call, by the way, on that Rev. Rico's boy. That's one of my personal favorites. One of my all-time favorites.
This is fascinating about the Cleveland Browns. But anyway, pick us in for the Kansas City Chiefs. One thing, you brought it up, but you took it away. The Texans used the 91st pick.
Oh my God!
The draft Cade McDonald.
Listen,
come on,
all right, come on. Listen, no matter what you think about anything that's happened so far, does that not just seem? Come on, I mean, you know where I'm going here. Does it not just seem,
buddy? It
like
does.
The most Billsiest thing you've ever seen. I'm just saying, I hate when stuff like this happens. If the Texans would have went with some random guard or something, then who cares? I hate when it happens when you have a guy that you wanted or a lot of people wanted or you liked. Right, and then he goes the following pick with your pick. We've seen that happen before.
That is something. Kev, I want to come back to you, Kev, on TJ Parker, because I really want to get your thoughts because Rev has been doing a great job to say, guys, calm down. You guys are tripping, man. You guys have to understand the defense that you guys are in. You need this type of player on your team. So more about TJ Parker, by the way, Mason Thomas Edge going to the
Edge
Chiefs.
guy. The
TJ
Chiefs.
Parker. Talk about TJ Parker. Like, talk me off the ledge, because I'm not thrilled by it. I don't say I'm hating it, but I'm not thrilled by it. I need to be thrilled.
Are you thrilled by Groot?
No.
Well, I got nothing for you then. But
They're the same player.
Because they're very similar. So they're like longer guys.
This is why I'm not.
So they're longer guys, they're power guys. TJ Parker coming into this year was going to be a very high, like he was projected, those September mocks for the following year. He was a high first round pick. The whole team of Clemson stunk this year. Pierre Woods, all these guys, right? So all their stocks falling. Avian Terrell, all these guys are falling. They're falling out of the thing because they had a bad year. But I very much like TJ Parker. What is he? I think he's like 265, like 6'3", long arms. He's a big dude. He's good against the run, and he's got a bit more juice than like your Epinessas and those guys. So I very much wanted him. It's disheartening that he went to you guys of all people. And you guys, I assume you wanted the run stuffing DT.
We did. I mean, I was ready to go linebacker or the run stuffing DT.
So I get why you would be disappointed. Like, I can tell you why Parker's a good player, but I understand why you wanted the run stuffing DP. Because you guys aren't trying to console yourself with roller skates Deion Walker, are you? Because he gets rolled back 5 yards off the ball. Now he can slip in there, and he's good. Who he is? He's Jordan Phillips there, a little bit better. But you know how Phillips, every now and then he busts in there and he gets a sack, and right? And that's Walker, right? Because he'll bust in there, and he's a better pass rusher. He's got a bit of juice, and he's got surprising wiggle for his size. But yeah, he gets moved.
I'm gonna be fascinated.
Is that what was going on? Did I miss that combo?
What combo?
The Deion Walker's the DT. Did I miss that one?
Rip tried to tell us that Deion Walker is gonna be fine at the nose. He'll be just fine. And then Bobby came in and was like, he's the worst run defender.
That's not what I said. I said Deion Walker is going to be used, and he in this defense though, he's versatile. We don't know how they're going to use him, but what I'm saying, Kev, is that though they missed on, they chose not to get Caden McDonald. There is Dominique Horn still there. There's Lee Hunter still there. There is Big Corleone still there. In this,
who's gone? Did Georgia guy go?
Yeah, there's been a massive. This is the other thing too. A massive run on edge ever since the Bills go with edge at 35, right? So all these comparisons as well over the next few picks.
Hey, Cassius Howell going to the Bengals, man. I like that for them.
I told you.
Wow. So yeah, I mean, they got to replace Hendrickson, right? Yep. So they go there. Now you got Dexter Lawrence up on that front. I mean, obviously they had to go nuts at defense.
They did.
And the Chiefs just went edge as well a couple picks ago.
Yeah. Does it change your mind if it comes out that the Bills pick TJ Parker because that's the guy that Jimmy Leonard wants? Jimmy was like, I want that guy. Yeah. Does it change your mind and say, you know what, if Jimmy wants him and they see how they're going to use him, great. Or do you not care? I was like, and this goes for everybody. This goes for the chat as well. I don't care. Like, that wasn't the guy. We should have picked somebody else. We should have picked that middle guy. Or are you like, hey, if you wanted him, I'm all in. Jimmy wanted him, I'm in.
Make sure before you speak, by the way, you ask Dilly Dale if you can have permission to speak. And when he gives you permission, you are then granted to speak. So once he gives
I was about to say something extremely like
when he gives, whatever. Okay. Anyway, yes, no, I don't need to have my mind reconvinced, Rico, because I'm honestly fine with it. Like, I don't even look at this pick and say, oh man, like the Bills I'm more so. This is what happened with me instantly when I saw it go down. Right, Rico? When I watched this go down, my thought was, okay, why? Why edge when you had two linebackers there that people seem to love, and it was a need. And then you had two, or at least one, prominent interior D lineman, run stuffing D lineman in McDonald. It's not even a knock on edge. I think for me, it was more so I just didn't want to go edge here, much like I didn't want to go corner or safety. Like there's still good corners available, right? McCoy's still available. Safeties. Yep. The Bills could have went there and I wouldn't have hated it. I just didn't want it, right? Edge here, I had just felt, and we talked about this, like, is Bradley Chubb and Kevin can speak to this obviously, but like, so then what are we doing now? Is this a future play? And if so, once again, I'm just constantly in the moment right now, fellas, looking for guys that are going to set the Bills up best right now. But to answer your point though, Rico, if Jim Leonard comes in and he pounds the table for this, then I think that would probably have to change everybody's tune, because this is supposed to revolutionize this defense, right? Jim Leonard.
Kev, your thoughts on what Brandon Beane has done here. So stockpiles these picks TJ Parker. Something tells me he's going to rope us back in with a really good pick at the top of this third. Does he do that? Does he reel us back in, or does he keep it conservative? That's the best way I can say it. What do you think? What do you think Beane's next move is?
You got a bunch of draft picks over the lot yesterday, right? So I would package them up. I would try and come up for like a Lee Hunter or Big Citrus. I'm a little distracted because Miami's on the clock.
I hear you. I got you.
It's real funny because the guys I really wanted were TJ Parker, Chase Besantis, Colton Hood, Christian Miller, who just went last pick.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm scratching my head. I guess maybe that.
You a little nervous?
I'm going to assume they're going to do something stupid, but
how did you feel about Proctor, by the way, though? Just because that seemed to be a very divisive move yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't ask him.
Oh yeah, I missed that. Did I miss that?
Yeah, you missed that. Yeah,
sorry,
missed
Kev.
that.
I didn't see. Well, I don't know, because TD was trying to tell me, that it was the best thing that's ever happened, and obviously there's a middle ground, but I could tell a lot of Dolphins fans seem to not be very happy about it.
Well, for like months, right? We've been debating like, who do you take, right? Who is Caleb Downs going to be there? Is Ruben Bain going to be there? No, Ruben Bain will never be there. Then the stuff about the arms came out, and we were like hoping, you know what I mean? And we have nothing at the edge right now. We got Flop Robinson and Josh Uche. So we're like, it's Ruben Bain, Miami guy. He's not getting a haircut for the combine, like this is your inaugural pick for the new regime. This is your culture setting pick. And you're sitting there like, this is the guy, or Caleb Downs, because Jeff Hafley, the Green Bay coach, he's obsessed with safety play. And then we're like, well, if you're not going to do that and you need a guard, pick, Ione, because he's I think he's going to go to like 6 Pro Bowls. Like I just pulled that number out of the air, but I think he's a Pro Bowl caliber guard. So I'm laughing. Can't go wrong, can't go wrong. Caleb Proctor comes on, the guy that Nick Saban just explained that you can't trust him when he leaves the facility because he's going to eat himself up to 400 pounds.
So here's what has to happen in order to be a Bills fan. And I just saw someone else who said they're changing the channel. They're changing the channel.
Bye.
Who's being negative? We're just talking through the pick. I mean, not everything is going to be guys. That was it. That's done. Book your flight, Super Bowl 61. I mean, we're just talking through the pick. I don't think anybody's being overly negative about anything. I think we're talking about all the possibilities that were on the board here. And there's one thing that's inevitable, and that is that edge has been the biggest hole for this team for years, for a long time. And so I think the question is now is this finally it? Or is it going to be one more example of the Bills not being able to nail this down? And we're going to find out.
But for those that are, I'm leaving. You guys are not Bills fans. You have to understand, there are some folks that do not watch anything in the offseason when it comes to the Bills. They only come for the draft, and then they settle, and they come for the season. So some people, I'm not saying this individual, but some people they're just casual. So and God forbid you have a difference of opinion on something, and you got to share it. And if you guys don't want it, y'all know where to go. Anyway, Kevin, your picks up. Who did the Dolphins pick? Who are they picking? They're standing up, shaking hands.
They're stoked. Carson Beck, come on down. QB of the future for Kev, maybe even a Nussmeier.
Could you imagine?
I want to talk about round 1 yesterday so bad.
They're going to get Ted hurt.
That was crazy. That was craziness what went
What am
down.
What am I watching here? I don't want to see Kev crash out. I actually want to see him.
Cool. I'm trying to get I don't know if you would know Rico. So I'm trying to watch this on DAZN, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember the friggin' password. So I'm texting my friend. I was like, hey, do you know the password? Because I lent it to her, Cody.
Right.
And I'm just getting fucking questions. Well, what's on? I'm just, do you know the password? Miami's fucking Jacob Rodriguez. We got Jacob Rodriguez.
Wow. Another, guys, this is heating up. This is heating up. So, wow. So Kev, I don't know if you knew, but that was like, that was a big one for Buffalo. A lot of guys wanted him.
There's your Zach Thomas, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't want him.
You didn't know.
Wow. So if it were up to Kev, he'd want to do a pick swap here, basically, for what we just did in the second round.
Seriously.
Yes, I would 100% trade you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tell me why. What don't you like about this here?
It's the same. I think it's similar to you guys with TJ Parker. You're not like objecting to the player. I think perhaps it's more objecting to the position. And I know we always want to do like best player available, but one, I don't think he's the best player available. Two, I don't think he's the best linebacker available. And three, I would have rather have gone in a different position. So I'm not like freaking out because like I know he's a fan favorite because he had like good stats and stuff like that, but
So you're won by this pick.
For you guys, I think you guys really wanted the linebackers, right?
It just felt like we needed it, Kevin,
Yeah, man, we need so much on the edge. We need so much on. We don't have a single safety that's NFL caliber. I mean, at the end of the day, Miami's lucky to win 3 games next year, right? So we know that they're tearing it down. They traded
Kevin. I think the last 4 years consecutively has said we're lucky to win like 5 games, maybe. I don't think you've ever said more than 5. It's always been 5 or below. And he said 3 this year. So,
well, he's never been more right. In fact, I think 3 might be a bit rich for Kevin this year, to be 100%. By the way, Kev, I think TD's got him at 11. So you guys split down the middle. I think you'll still be all right. You'll be at like 7 wins.
Got him at 11.
No, I'm just kidding. I think he's got him like 7 or 8. But I'll tell you this though, this is the year you want to have those 3 wins, right, Kev? Go in next year with that draft class. If there was ever a year for you to be right, it would probably be now. I would imagine, especially with the Jets having 2 firsts again next year.
Well, we don't have anything extra next year except for like
the Jets, though. I'm saying, like, I feel like you two are going to be kind of dogging that out there for positioning, and obviously
it's just
within the East
there. It's going to come down to whoever solves a quarterback first, right?
Right.
So if what's his name, Malik Willis turns out to be pretty decent, or if Geno turns it around for a year or something like that, that'll determine who finishes in the basement. But the two of us are firmly behind you guys. But we ripped, and the Jets even went further than we did, right? They traded away everyone, so we're starting to go along the same path. But it's a two pony race to see who's going to finish last.
One more thing I think we should add here, fellas, because the Bills have 9. Sometimes I feel like the body of work is going to ultimately end up speaking volumes here with where they end up going with these picks collectively. I think this next pick will say a lot about what they did at 35, right? Whatever they do at 66 could tell us how they felt about the next best position, because maybe they felt edge drops off dramatically. Because I do feel like 66, once again, and I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like 66 is also going to be defense as well.
I would agree too.
Yeah, to me, I mean, when you just look at what's happened. How many edge rushers have now gone off the board here so far?
I think like 3 after him, right, Rev?
4?
Yeah.
I mean, so the Lions just got Derek Moore, edge out of Michigan. So I'm saying, like, that's why I said earlier, the value in the premier positions, you're gonna go with edge more. Now I know we're looking at what happened with the Houston Texans, but they didn't need an edge. They already have 2 bona fide ballers, so it made sense for them to get the 1 tech. But for everybody else, like, this edge position is gonna go first, and then it's gonna trickle down because that's what the value is. I think at 60, 69, there's still gonna be options for the Buffalo Bills to either get a linebacker if they want one, or even get another defensive tackle. And so I think we just need to chill.
A little bit of a run has gone since the Bills took TJ Parker. So obviously Parker going to the Bills, then Caden right after the Houston Texans. A couple picks after that, it was Mason going to the Chiefs, and then there goes Cassius Howell, then Christian Miller, and then Derek Moore. So that's that mini run of the I guess the second tier defenders at the defensive line position are starting to go now. This is where the picking gets a little slim when we get to the bottom of the second into the third. This is where the Bills, I guess, are going to have to really kind of, like Bot said, really show us, okay, so what do you got next? What do you got next? And defense makes sense. I don't think they go to a receiver. I don't think there's something that's standing there, a receiver that says, you pick me. It has to be defensive tackle, so maybe they come back up for a citrus type. But I'm trying to remember if I took my notes to see, like, out of the top 30 visit, any of the guys that stood out at defensive tackle that the Bills brought in. I don't think they brought many defensive tackles in.
They brought in Lee
Hunter.
Lee Hunter for sure.
I think they brought
I
in
asked
Dominic
McDonald. He didn't visit with him. McDonald didn't like personally visit with him, but
over Zoom, Robert.
No, he didn't. He didn't visit with him. No.
Okay.
But the link was there, right? It just felt like it was. Played with a couple of guys on that defense.
That's a lot.
But they did bring in Lee Hunter.
They met with Grayson Halton out of Oklahoma, but he's pretty much Ed Oliver, 6'1", 290. Bro, like really?
He's a 5 tech or backup 3 tech.
You know what scares me a little bit is how desperately Houston needed offensive players and how quickly they were willing to trade up to 36 to get McDonald while they could, right? So not only did they do what they did to go up and get him, thinking he wouldn't be there, but also you have to consider what they need offensively, because that defense is already as good as it gets in the NFL. They didn't hesitate to move up and grab McDonald, who was a part of the best defense in the country last year at Ohio State, and add him. Dude, guys, that defense in Houston, it's already scary. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely terrifying. You know what's terrifying, though, fellas? You know what's even more terrifying? Being a part of draft season, being a part of this epic Sabres playoff run without some top-notch gear. And that's why we got to give a big shout-out once again to our friends over at Buffalo Gift Emporium, folks. No better time to take advantage of the promo code they have going on right now, BF15. Link in the description below. It takes you right to their website, BF15. Get you 15% off your entire purchase. You got to stock up. I was talking to Anthony, the owner over at Buffalo Gift Emporium. All the Sabres stuff they have in stock, they said they could barely keep it in because of the amount of people that are coming and going, grabbing their stuff. The Sabres go up 2-1 in the series last night. They keep it rolling. We all want to be a part of it. You can be a part of it, of course, even further with some awesome merchandise, and that's where Buffalo Gift Emporium has you covered. There's no better place to gear up than Buffalo Gift Emporium. Conveniently located in where, Rico? Say it for me. Tonawanda and Williamsville, their 2 locations. Whether you're getting ready for the football season, which of course we all are, or just want to rep your Buffalo pride all year round, they've got an awesome selection of Buffalo sports gear, apparel, and unique local finds. Once again, in-store in Tonawanda or Williamsville or online. And if you go online, BF15, get you 15% off your entire order over at Buffalo Gift Emporium.
Hey, Bot, how far is Tonawanda from Williamsville? How far part of it?
Oh, God, Rico, don't ask me questions I don't know the answer to. All I know is Tonawanda. I just love Tonawanda. It's no Cheektowaga. That's my favorite. There's no town of mine more. I don't like saying any town name more than I like saying Cheektowaga. Like every time you ever say like, you ever use a random hypothetical like, Johnny from down the block. I always say Johnny from Cheektowaga because it's just fun as hell to say Cheektowaga.
I heard all the fine things living in Cheektowaga around that area. So that's what I hear. But as we celebrate as Buffalo Gift Emporium as our friends and sponsors of the weekend, I got to get into our friends of the show super chatting and show them some love. Our guy Led Robster Money Mitch showing some love. He comes in and says, "Hey, sup, Rev? Please get my man from OSU, Caden McDonald. We laid on that, brother, because the Texans swooped him up right after we took TJ Parker. BF is the best in history. Sabres are the greatest team in the NHL history. Listen, man, we appreciate my man, Mr. Money Mitch." And Richard Fresh coming in and said, "Hey, I've been a member for 8 months. Let's go, boys. Rico, those headphones are fire. Always good to see my man Rev. What up, Richie? Richie,
What
my
up?
guy.
By the
Yo,
way,
Richie's
real
already
quick,
on Super Bowl
Rico.
61. What up?
Rico, just to throw in the mix, another edge to the Baltimore Ravens, Zion Young. The run on edge started with Buffalo, and it has not stopped.
So did Brandon Beane sense something? Was like, all right, this is it. They're about to go. They're about to make a run on the edge. We're gonna get our guy now and come back for DT. So maybe they're onto something. Maybe Brandon Beane is onto something, and we just need to shut our asses up and just watch the show. But we don't want to give we don't want to give that we don't want to give that to the fans. The fans are gonna be like, yeah, you should. No, we're not. We're not. Let's go to my man. Who do we got here? Lost Cells comes says, I hate it. Back to the glass factory. Oh, he didn't like that pick. He didn't like that pick. Our guy, the Kinger, Jeff King, the three amigos, ride one more time. Just wanted to stop in and say hi. Good to see you guys. As always, thank you for the coverage. Love you guys. Listen, we love you too, my man. Jeff
Much
King has
love.
been a friend of the show for years now, and always showing some love and support. He didn't see Kev yet, because if you saw Kev, you would have lost it for Kev. But here we are. Dilly Dale comes in and says,
"Shut your
asses up and let Kevin talk." My bad, Dilly Dale. My bad. We're gonna let Kevin.
I know
talk.
Dilly Dale was dying to hear that talk on Caden Proctor, as all Bills fans were. They could not wait to hear what Kev had to say about the future of the Miami Dolphins.
My man, Walter. What up, Walt? Walt says the Browns spend more draft capital drafting receivers in 1 year for Shador starting than the Bills will give Allen in his career. Golly, Walter.
I mean, when you put it that way, Walt, I mean, guys, how crazy is it that they went Concepcion and Denzel? I mean, I'll give them credit. At least they're giving an effort. Yeah. Yep. I mean, that offense, I mean, God, couldn't get much worse. So I'll tip the cap. I mean, at least they're trying. Crazy.
Intentional. By the way, we got my man Jam 20 says, oh, what's going to make it worse as if and when we face the Texans this year, we watch Jimbo get stuffed on the 5-yard line by McDonald. It's going to be sad. This is going to happen. We do face the Texans. So, yeah, boy. And listen, Caden would have been a big pick for the Bills. And I'm telling you right now, the Texans it's going to come out later on when they're showing their thing. They're going to be like, dude, Joel, there goes Josiah Trotter to the Becks. They're gonna be like, yo, I don't know what the Bills were thinking about. We thank you, Buffalo. We thank you. Which charity did you want me to give to? Was it Josh Allen's charity? Which hospital? Because we will gladly do that because you let us get our guy. So good on Texas.
I will say though,
Parker comes in and beats the guy.
The run on edge, this makes you wonder even more. I mean, it makes it even. Does it not make it make more sense? I think, fellas. I guess maybe the logic behind it, not even like Bills personnel aside, if they knew they wanted to go edge, I guess the more we're watching this second round unfold, I think maybe the more you understand why they did what they did when they did it. Because, you got CJ Allen, for example, linebacker still available, whatever. That makes sense to me where we just started to see these guys fly, fellas.
That's exactly what I was trying to say, though. Yeah. Is that it's all about looking at value, and the Bills had value in edge rusher, but they knew that if they didn't get their edge rusher right then, they weren't going to get him because it was a huge drop off all the way down to 69. So go ahead and get your edge rusher now, and you still have Lee Hunter, Dominic Orange, Corleone still on the board, who they can get later in the draft. So it's imagine. I'll just preface it this way: how would you guys feel about the pick, TJ Parker, if the Bills turn around and get a Lee Hunter or Dominic Orange? Would you feel better with that pick?
And that's why I said, Rev, I really got to wait till 66 to see how I feel about edge at 35. Because if you could get a Lee Hunter at 66,
that's a win.
Well, then that's the whole thing. To me, that's why when I thought about it, I'm like, let's see what they do at 66 to pair up with this, because then it can make a lot more sense. To that exact question, Rev, how could you not like that? How could you? I feel like you can make a lot of sense of that.
For sure. And the Bills met with Christian Miller, Lee Hunter, and Dominic Orange. So those are all pre-draft visits. So 30 visits. So it could be either one of those guys here, and I think it's going to make this TJ Parker pick look a whole lot better.
Once again, and I feel we got to prep for this, Rico, right? And I'll let you do this. Yeah. I don't know if it's so much coping as it's more so was it, are you like me in the sense that you saw the positional group, not the player, the positional group, and that's where your eyebrows raised at the time of the pick?
Absolutely. Because I think it's also the anticipation. Okay, we didn't draft in the first round. And Jeremy Bernard. There goes. Okay, so
Wow.
here comes the second. That was your boy, Jeremy
Yeah.
Bernard.
Yeah, I like Bernard.
That's a good wide receiver.
Mhm.
Let me just put it. Let me just simply put it this way. Because there was such anticipation. All day we made no picks. All day we thought about what the Bills could do. We're doing all these new mocks, and wow, we can get this guy and this guy. Wow, what we could definitely get. TJ Parker. It's because he wasn't on the radar. Had he been on my radar, I was like, oh man, you guys don't know. I'm excited about this pick.
Yeah.
Boom. Like when we drafted Ray Davis, anybody was like, oh, Ray Davis. I was like, dude, you guys don't know about Ray Davis. He nice. You guys are gonna love Ray Davis. And some might say I was right. Ray Davis is nice like that. But the point I'm trying to make is if it wasn't on your radar, you're not as excited about it.
The only thing
TJ Parker was on the radar of my man Rev. And Rev was like, man, y'all don't know what you're talking about. This guy nice. You guys just gotta wait. This defense is what they need a guy like TJ Parker on this defense. I just struggle to I just hate wasted picks. It reminds me of when we had Trent Murphy and we just had that brother just sit on the bench and do absolutely nothing. And it's not Landon Jackson's fault. It's not his fault. He got hurt, but he was underwhelming to begin with from the start. And right now we got Rousseau that my man Kev says is pretty much TJ Parker. So you got two players that are pretty much the same, somewhat similar. We'll see. You got Bradley Chubb, 29, that's got multiple injuries. I'm not worried about it because I think he's on the up and up, but Kev would have more to say on that comment.
Up and up.
I say up and up because he's past the injuries.
Describe the up and up.
He's on the up and up because he's past the injuries. He's ready to roll. He's not coming off of something. He came off of something nice. So that's why I say up and up. Don't try me, Kev. Don't try me today. So Bradley Chubb on the end of that, 29 years old. And then you bring in a guy that's like
when you're making orange juice, you got the thing, right?
Right.
You know, after about 10 twists, that's about how much juice. That's about how much juice. It's just pulp.
Straight pulp.
No, here's my thing. The one thing I'll say though is that the DT class is a lot thinner than the edge class. So if you were gonna wait, you might want to wait on an edge because there's a ton of them. It's a very good draft for that at this point in the draft. So maybe taking the DT would have been slightly more advised because there was only like really you got any other names after those two, Rev? Because I think the others are gone. So if I'm being
from Cincinnati,
move back up, like if I mean you're in a different thing. Like I'm in the realm of losers, right? Like we're building for 2031 or something. You guys should be building for now. So you've got these extra picks, package them up, come up and get yourself a run stuffer. Then if you do that, then the TJ Parker pick looks a lot better because now you're looking at it as a whole. To Rev's point, wait and see how it finishes out before you complain. My fear, if I was you guys, is that if he doesn't move, it's going to be rough to find like an impact because your roster's so talented, an impact guy who's going to come in and anchor the middle because that's what you're looking for, right? You got to stop the run. Visions of Devon A-Chain flying through you for 3 touchdowns, but like you want a run stuffer. So I don't know, man. I TJ Parker though, he's a good player. I really liked him. He's very similar to Groot. You lost Bosa, right? He's gone.
Well, we got Chubb from it. He's the Bosa replacement.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah.
You know why I'm most upset, fellas? And it's because we could have went Rodriguez and then drafted Stonehouse in the 7th, and we would have had the most dominant stash duo in the entire league.
Facts.
And that's I think maybe, I'm a little sad about that. I think Kevin, you're now obligated to draft Jack Stonehouse. You got to go with what was the name, Rico? What's the name?
Got a Stonehouse on the squad.
Stash House, baby.
But they already have a relative on the Miami Dolphins. You can't have them
both.
That's you got to share the wealth.
The other guy, the other punter.
Yeah, you got a cousin of his that's on the squad.
He's not on the team. He got cut, and then he lost the training camp battle last year to Jake Bailey, and then Jake Bailey signed a big contract with the Saints. So we don't have a punter. We got 2 bums we picked off the street. So all of the mock drafts have round 7, the punter.
Yeah.
So it's not bad.
I want Stonehouse bad.
So Mike Hart wants to know what special trait Parker has. There is none. He's not wrong, but he's good at everything. Do you know what I mean? Like there's your bendy guys like Cassius Howell, who fans vastly overrate in my opinion, with his little twig arms. He's not and no ability to play the run. He'll get he's a third down pass rush specialist, or at least you have a TJ Parker that can play like in all scenarios. Hasn't really been talked much about it, but I would like to see either, and maybe Leonard because he's brilliant. Does Russo or Parker reduce inside to play some 4-eye technique in obvious passing downs? Like that would be something I would like. They can, because both of them are long, both of them are big enough. Russo did extreme. Now it's just university, but Russo was so good at the University of Miami when they lined him up inside. I would like to see a bit more of that from you guys, like, and maybe Leonard's going to do it, where you can reduce these guys inside. You could have your little outside guys as well, and maybe get more of what, they always call it like a NASCAR package. Get your 4 best rushers on the field when it's 3rd and long, because both those guys are long enough that they won't get displaced as easily, and they can still play the run a bit in case it's a draw or something like that. So I like TJ Parker's inside-outside versatility. For my team, the reason I wanted him is because Parker can play the 7, he can play the 5, he can play the 4, he can play the 4-eye technique. He can kind of line up anywhere because he's not going to get run off the ball. He can still play on first down, unlike somebody like R. Mason Thomas and Cassius Howell. So he's a 3-down player. I really like him. Yeah. And it always comes down to eventually like your technique, right? You see these guys like the power guys that 10 sacks, but like really good against, or actually, you know what? Prime Bradley Chubb. That would be a TJ Parker. That's something to aspire to him.
Yeah.
Well, you're signing up for that if that's where you can hit.
Heck yeah.
Right? No question.
Hold it.
But the thing is, we've been waiting for that, obviously. That's what we've been waiting for a long time. A prime Bradley Chubb would be the best thing the Bills have had, I would say, at that position, since they've been trying to find that position.
Did you guys like Shaq Lawson when we drafted Shaq Lawson?
I saw that comment too. I saw that comment.
Did you see that comment? Because I've been trying to rack my brain this whole time. What is this reminding me? And I'm looking at some stuff on my phone.
Because you said earlier the Clemson D. Yeah,
I was never a fan of him. I just Shaq Lawson right away, but like Clemson defenders never was a fan. And I was like, I'm racking my brain. I'm looking at clips on my phone of okay, so let me see what he's like. I'm like, why is it reminding me of Shaq Lawson a lot? What's that, buddy?
You were just lobbying for Dexter Lawrence. He's Clemson. Buffalo
sure is.
Not at 10. Not for the 10.
Christian Wilkins. There you go.
Look,
Christian Wilkins is, and maybe they have something up their sleeve right now. And
Christian Wilkins still on the board. He can go get him too.
He say, hey, I'm just waiting to see where I'm at. Maybe I'm going to Buffalo. I don't know, man. But it reminds me of Shaq Lawson. I don't know why. I'm not trying to, throw shade or not. It's just, it gives me that. But I gotta be open. We all gotta be open, because at the end of the day, we can't sit here and do one of these, bro. That's your squad. He's gonna be on the squad for the next 4 years, 5 years. So we'll find out. At least 4. No, God, at least somebody said Aaron Mabin.
I'm reading the comments.
No way.
That. So no, Mabin was a smaller guy, and he would
way smaller.
Someone wrote because they said he'd be like Bradley Chubb. He's like, but we have Bradley Chubb. No. You have the husk of Bradley Chubb. Trust me. You know what's funny? He played one really good game this year, and it happened to be against you guys. And I think a lot of you guys are like, wow, he's still playing. And he played really well that game. And then the next game, he played against a third-string tackle and had 0 pressures. Something like that. Is he a Boogie Basham?
You know how that works, man. Like Stephon Diggs didn't diddly squat all year, but the one game that Stephon Diggs played against us, coming into it, being on the Patriots, he went off. We let him go for over 100 yards. He didn't sniff that the rest of the year. We just tend to do that to people. We let them do it.
I like Shaq. So if someone had said, because I remember Shaq Lawson, that was a big one for you guys because you took him pretty high though, didn't you? Wasn't he like 14? Yeah. And so I get that because he didn't live up to the hype. But if you had picked him in the 2nd round, would your perspective of his career with you guys be a bit different? But I don't know. We'll see. I like the player. I like him. Let's see what you get. If you get yourself a run stuffing DT, or if you can get yourself a decent linebacker, there's a couple of like under the radar guys that are out there. I saw one of the guys in the chat.
From Texas or Trotter?
No,
Anthony Hill?
even further. No.
Wow.
What's
The alarms are? Or
Lee Hunter gone.
gosh.
Lee Hunter gone. So that dream of plugging up the middle after
And
yeah.
we got
who's that big beast they have in the middle of that defense anyway? Right now, that's an absolute monster of the Panthers. And you gonna put him next to him?
Derek Brown?
Derek Brown. Golly, man, that's a good for them. Good for them. And this is the thing. This is why, because I get it. We leveled up. We absolutely leveled up because if you went originally, we would have had no picks going into the second round, and we would have been picking late into the third. So at least we have to look forward to picking at the top of the third and seeing where Bean decides to go. So what are we, like less than 15 picks away? So we'll find out.
Yeah, Gold Day's still out there, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a nice.
I don't think he got chosen yet. So yeah, he's still
the Cincinnati linebacker. I like him.
This was kind of my thought process a little bit, by the way. I just go back to the biggest Achilles heel for the Bills defense beyond getting after the passer. And you could say that like that's been their biggest issue, not being able to make game altering plays in the postseason, right? That's I think the big thing you think of. It's not getting that game saving sack or game altering play in the postseason. But when I thought about McDonald, for instance, and now with Lee Hunter off the board, the reason why that was like one of top of mind to me, as well as linebacker, but I think that goes without saying just because it's probably their biggest need right now on defense. But to me, it was for what that comment just said here from Woke's joke. And that was, I had felt like a McDonald or Lee Hunter was a day one addressman to trying to fix what was a liability in run defense last year. That was where my mind was, because that's something that has to be corrected. Who was the guy in Tampa Bay last year, fellas? Their third string running back who had a career.
Oh, I remember
day.
that.
Yeah, like it wasn't. It's not like it's just Derrick Henry and Saquon, right? Like it's Achan. Kev, Achan always has it again too. So that's kind of where my mind was. It's like that above or aligned with the pass rush is also the fact that this team has got to be able to mitigate the run.
But here's my thinking though, guys. Here's my thinking. Have the Bills ever had a dominant run stopping defensive tackle in the Josh Allen era?
No,
they haven't really had that. Like they haven't really been. Starla Tulele. Who else? Not really.
But they haven't had an elite defender up on the line at all. Right.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying
what's
is,
his name? What's his name is really good. Who's the guy that tore his pec? Jones?
Daquan Jones. And they got him in free agency.
Right before he tore his pec, that guy was a monster.
Yes. So a free agent. Yeah. And they didn't draft him. So what I'm saying is, and then what's been the result though? Like, yeah, the Bills have not been the best at defending the run, but they've still been in the postseason. And once they got to the postseason, even with giving up all of these yards to running backs in the regular season, what has been their Achilles heel in the postseason is not being able to get after the passer, because they're not running the ball. Teams are not running the ball on the Bills in the postseason because they got to keep up with Josh Allen, So that's my thinking. I think that they're going to value stopping the run, no doubt, but I think more so they're looking at, hey, we need to address the pass rusher position because we haven't really been able to get home when it matters most, and that's in the playoffs.
So right now the pick is in for the Jets. Let's recap what has been taken thus far in this draft. The day got started with the Cardinals taking your boy. Did you say Bisontis? Is that who you liked, Kevin? Chase Bisontis?
He was my second number 2 guard behind Iona.
Chase Bisontis was gone, followed by TJ Parker, Caden McDonald, that we're going to be talking about that for quite some time, and we'll be following his career. Listen, we're following Xavier Worthy. Everything Worthy does, we like, okay, we see you. Caden McDonald might be one of them, right? And then followed by Mr. Colton Hood, the cornerback out of Tennessee. Trayden Stukes, safety. Denzel Boston going to the Browns. That is going to be absolutely fascinating what happens out there, because if you look at what they have at running back, look at what they have at tight end, bro, if that quarterback can do what whoever decides to be quarterback, that offense should be solid. I don't know what the O-line looks like, but that offense should be freaking solid. And then followed by a Mason and a slew of defensive edges. Rodriguez going to the Dolphins. Kevin didn't seem to be too thrilled about that, but once he starts making plays for him, he'll like him. And then obviously Lee Hunter is the latest pick going to the Panthers. And right now the Jets are up. The Jets have had a decent. I mean, some might say Kenyon Sadiq was a little overreach and they shouldn't have done it, but I think for Aaron Glenn, he's in get wins now, right? I'm not trying to think for the future. I need to win now because I need to save my job. So he's doing everything he possibly can to do it.
There you
Who
go.
do they pick? We're gonna find out right now, unless you guys already know.
D'Angelo Pons. The corner.
Jets are having a hell of a draft.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah,
can
those
expect
guys
that
gotta
when you
do it.
draft size.
I would have went Anthony Hill Jr. but for them, but you know.
Anthony Hill Jr. is really nice.
How you feel about the shorter corners? 5'8", $180. We'll call him 5'9". We'll go to 5'9". He's 5'9", $180. But how do you? I mean, you can never hate on a corner because if they picking him like this, that means he's got some.
Anton Winfield, baby.
It's all about length in this game, right? At 5'8", he's got to be a ball hacker or something right now. If you're gonna choose.
But didn't he have like a 44-inch vert?
Who, Pons?
Yeah,
44. Golly,
that's
okay.
not good. Let me double check. Let me double check.
Talking about
But
Nate
he's-
Robinson here or what? Golly.
You see our boy
Yeah, so-
Paul's in the chat there. Did you see that, Rico?
Yep.
What's that?
Our boy Paul, our
What's
British
that?
friend. Remember our friend, our
Paul,
British
yeah,
friend
Paul, what about?
Paul? He's in the chat. He said, in all fairness, the Jets
What up,
could've
Paul?
pumpkin, and it would have been better than the crap they put out there.
I got to give the Jets credit. I really like what they've done so far.
I like Pons.
Was
I
Richie
think,
going nuts yesterday?
He was. And I think rightfully so. I think the Jets probably had the best. I mean, granted, hard not to have the best night when you pick 3 times in the first round. But I think what they did yesterday was big. But Dallas had an incredible draft. But I think the Jets, where they're in tear it down mode almost every year. But now all of a sudden, it does feel like if these guys hit in a variety of different positional groups, this is how you start to become almost New England in a way, where you're down and out, and then you get these cornerstone pieces, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you're competitive again. I think it's going to be a bit for sure, but with the Jets, I think they're doing a really good job right now laying that foundation to finally try and maybe not match the Bills with a 17-year drought, currently at 15 years here.
Did you see that little graphic they put up of the Jets of what they've done so far? I forgot
it's
they got
impressive.
Devontae
Yeah,
Sweat.
looks nice, man. Yeah.
Sweat.
That's what you-
And you know what's impressive too is I think that they kind of wanted Omar Cooper Jr. in the mid round. They went Sadiq and then were able to get Omar Cooper Jr. at the end. I think that's what really did it for me in terms of how I viewed what they were able to do, because they could have went Omar Cooper Jr. And I thought Sadiq was a great play because the upside on him is massive. And then to be able to also go wide receiver in a position where you might have overspent early in the first round, to get him late in the first round, I thought that was a great move by them, or late in the first round. Yeah.
Yeah. I confirmed D'Angelo Pons, 43.5-inch vert.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah,
he's explosive. He's explosive, all right. And here's the thing.
This
too.
guy's right. His comp is Aaron Glenn, the coach who took him.
Was that, buddy?
Hey, that's crazy.
D'Angelo Pons' comp is Aaron Glenn,
And Aaron Glenn.
who took him. Because
Aaron's
Glenn,
like, you remind me of myself, boy. You gonna come play with me? There's your boy Jake
There
Golday.
goes Golday.
Yeah, pretty big run on linebacker too. CJ Allen though, fellas, still sitting there.
I thought the Vikings were going to go with McNeil Warren, the safety, but
Oh, that's right. Good call on that, Kev, too.
Yeah.
He's still hanging out right now as well.
Yeah. So I mean, the Packers haven't only drafted about 14 safeties in the last 3 years. They might take him. Just joking. I could see the Colts taking him actually because they just lost Nick Cross in 2 picks.
Yeah.
But Golday, it hurts if I was a Bills fan because I think but you still got the other 2 guys, right?
Still got Anthony Hill.
Allen and Hill are still out there, I think.
And
Bills
Jermod
may-
McCoy as well. Just,
Bills-
Oh, sorry, I just meant
corner.
at linebacker. You got at linebacker, you still got Allen and Hill are still out there.
Yeah.
Hill, yep. Allen.
And they also met with Caleb Elarms Orr from TCU too. So that's another name that we can
What was his name?
think about.
You know what?
Caleb
Yes,
Elarms
that's the guy I
Orr.
was trying to think of. That's the guy
Yeah,
I was
from
trying to
TCU.
think of.
Caleb
Like
Moore.
him.
Yeah.
Like him.
I forgot. We just a couple streams ago. Somebody was telling me, "Yo, go look up Landon Barton." I went up and looked at this Landon Barton kid
Navy?
out of Utah.
Yeah.
This guy.
Oh,
No, you're thinking Landon Robinson, Rev.
I'm thinking Landon Robinson. Yeah.
This Landon. I don't know who was telling me about this Landon Barton cat. 6'4", 230, but sideline to sideline. Golly, man! If you guys go take a look at it, you're like, okay, I could totally see Bean saying, "Hey, chill out. I got something later." But we're here right now. We got to see what he's going to do at 66.
You seen the other Ottawa boy? There's two, right? So Mesidor.
I don't think this one is.
Mesidor's. No, I'm saying Mesidor's from Ottawa. There's another guy in there. Tonga. You seen that guy with the
big fella?
Oh my God! You see his pro numbers? Holy Christ! He's
nutty.
He's massive. Yeah.
Mesidor might do some good things. What do you think, Mesidor? Do you think Mesidor does some great things out there in LA?
I like him.
You're a you guy, right? So
yeah, I'm biased. I think but if you know what's funny is you guys, because you got rid of Johnson, right? Teron.
Yeah, Teron. Yep. With the Raiders.
Who do you have in the nickel? Because if you want Teron Johnson reborn, it's Keontae Scott from Miami. That guy is your defense worked for so many years because you played you played nickel, right? And you never got out of nickel. And part of the reason you never got out of nickel is because Taron Johnson was so good against the run, even for his size. And if you want to keep playing something similar to that, I know it's a different scheme, but if you still feel like you want to play more in the nickel, go grab Keontae Scott, because that guy's going to come in. He can blitz. He can stop the run. He can cover. Like, that would be a huge upgrade for your nickel. But who do you guys think?
The Bills got D. Alford.
Yep. So we traded for the Atlanta's nickel.
Okay.
You know how I said earlier when it comes to TJ Parker here, that it's gotta hit. Not because it's their first pick, but because it's an edge. Meerkat from Trainwreck Sports, he just put out an incredible tweet, kind of breaking down why we all think this, right? Brandon Beane has drafted 9 defensive linemen in the top 4 rounds since 2018. The Bills' last double-digit sack producer was Leonard Floyd, who was a free agent, and he barely cracked 10 with 10 and a half. Yep. That's a great tweet because it really paints the picture as to why when you see edge pop up, you immediately think, is this what it's going to be again? And your only hope is this finally ends this run of trying to go back to the well, hoping you finally get something out of it. Because when you read it out loud, you already know it, but when you actually look at the numbers, it's kind of wild when you look at all the investment. And then also earlier today, Warren Sharp put out the Bills continue to be the team, the 32nd team in the NFL in terms of offensive players drafted since 2020. So not only is it just those positions, fellas, but it's defense in general. And of course, here we are going into the 2026 season, and that's still the reality, still trying to address the defense in various different positions.
TJ Parker had 15.4% pass rush win rate last year with 24 sacks in college and over 7.6 run stop win rate, top of the class. So when he's on, he's on. So, I mean, according to Kevin Sorry, he says he was a top 10 pick at the start of October. So these guys were that's what Kevin was saying.
Yeah.
He was slated to be that dude. So maybe we got some. Maybe they got some. So I like Bot's been saying and Rev's been saying, how do we double up? All right, show me what you do with this next pick, because we've seen a lot of double ups from Brandon Beane where he hits on one and he whiffs on another. I mean, when we can go back to 2016 where we take Shaq Lawson, and following Shaq Lawson, do you guys remember who that was? Reggie Ragland. Reggie Ragland was out there.
Tore his ACL in training camp.
Yeah, and it was a wrap. Well, we went Gabe Davis, and then we went Isaiah. Excuse me, it's losing my mind right here, but
Isaiah Hodgins.
Doubled up there.
Isaiah
What's
Hodgins.
that again? Hodgins, yeah, Isaiah
Hodgins.
Right?
Yep.
And who we doubled up with what do you call Boogie Basham and Greg Rousseau. So we do these double ups. So I hope it's not a double up. You know what I'm saying? But Brandon Bean seems to, you know what I mean? He likes to, hey, I took one. I don't know if he's going to work out. So let me just double up on the back end just in case one doesn't work out over the other, and we go from there. But
well, you got to think, Rico, 9 picks. It's someone's getting doubled up, or somewhere's getting doubled up.
He
right?
Don't stop. This guy doesn't stop, man. He lives and dies in the trench. I get it. You win games in the trench. But my goodness, man, let's get outside the trench a little bit. That's that 20 since 2020. We were the least amount of offensive draft capital. Are you kidding me?
32nd. Yeah, and then back to Meerkat's tweet there. 90 linemen in the top 4 rounds in the last 8 years. And this is what I was wondering with you guys, just defense aside, because I think what the Browns just did. Rico, did you say this is the first time ever that back-to-back picks have been used on a wide receiver? Is that what you said?
Because the reason I know that because I was like, wait a minute. If the Bills drafted, they got DJ Moore in the second, they pretty much gave their second round pick for DJ Moore. If they went and drafted a receiver in the first, that'd be like, has anybody ever done that? A first round pick with a second round pick? It's never been done. So the Browns are going to be the first, and I'm gonna fact check that a little later. But I didn't see any stat that came up with a team going back to back first and second round pick. So the Browns are browning right now. They're browning.
What do you make of that though? Like, what if the Bills had done that? Would you have loved that?
What, back to back receiver? Or
Not that I would have hated it, but it would have been telling us we're wide open. You know what we're trying to do. We know where our offense is an issue, where we want to fill. I'm intentional with what I'm doing. The Browns pretty much told you we're intentional. We got Myles Garrett on the back end, right? They understand Myles Garrett's like, God, he's on that bench again. You know that meme where the guys on the ladies on the bench saying, "Yo, I'm freaking tired. Like I'm getting double-digit sacks. I'm in the 20 sacks, and we still can't put points on the board consistently. Bro, do something." This is their way of doing something. They're intentional. Brandon Bean, what was the intent here? Back to back in the trenches. I get it. Stop the run. Hopefully that's what fills the need. Pat McAfee's getting extra right now. He's picking for his Colts. We'll see who the Colts pick. But yeah, but I'm with you on that, man. I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Pat McAfee's great, man. That guy, he just does it. He's solid, bro.
Oh, and there he goes. All right, but I don't know what we're doing now. I mean, now things get interesting. I think all the guys that I had on my radar, at least at 35. I mean, granted, I didn't even think Allen would be here at 53, but CJ Allen gone. There has been a massive run on linebacker here. So we've seen the run on edge. We've seen the run on linebacker. And this was my concern about that linebacker position, fellas, is that whatever you didn't go with at 35 was obviously going to see a massive dip. And the reason linebacker was concerning to me is because there's no replacement in place right now. So I wonder how they end up addressing that now. That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, there's still some good linebackers out there, man.
By the way, Rev, we got some love showing your way. My man Larry says, "Hey, Rev, where you been at? I miss your pause, man. Hopefully you're preaching." Hey, Rev is doing it all, man. Baby. Rev is teaching. He's preaching.
Good love,
teaching
baby.
and preaching.
Appreciate that, man.
I like it. Well, listen, Bot, you mentioned there goes CJ Allen. I don't know what they're gonna do now. What are the odds? They say, all right, let's pivot. Let's pivot and go to the offensive side of the ball.
Nah, man. Anthony Hill Jr.'s
they do it?
Yes. He's still there.
He's still there, man. I'd take him.
You think he lasts 12 more picks though?
Anthony Hill is, man, look, as far as off-ball linebacker, and he's a bigger guy. So I think he's like 6'3", 238, 240.
Yeah.
Kind of I wouldn't say put you in the mold of Tremaine Edmonds, but he's kind of, he's bigger guy, and got a lot of speed, very athletic. So it just depends on what they want to do, man. But I think they're also going to be surprised to see a lot of Dorian Williams, man, in this defense.
So would you consider this a drop for Hill? Is he dropping? Is this like something's up?
To me, it is.
Just around where this is where he's supposed to be picked.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me because off-ball linebackers kind of devalued unless you're like Lorenzo Styles, So it's not super crazy. There's only really been 2 other guys. There's only been 3 linebackers, like off-ball linebackers taken. 4 because Galladay went too. But
weird pick.
I don't know. I had him as my number 2 linebacker behind Styles. I would have picked him over Rodriguez, but I love him, man, because nowadays your linebackers, they got to be able to play in pass coverage, right? You guys have been kind of spoiled with that because you've had Milano and Edmonds and those guys over the years that have been really good in pass coverage, whereas my guys haven't been able to stop a cold in a decade. So it's I like this guy, so that's who I'd be rooting for. If you want to go linebacker, that's who I'd be rooting for. Other than that, you still got Dominic Orange is like a nose, type zero tech to stop the run. But I mean, those are the two guys I'd be rooting for if I were you guys. If you did want to go receiver, you still got a couple of some good names out there. Ted Hurst would be a guy that I'd go for.
I've been hearing that a lot.
A little size, one of the size speed guys, that sort of thing, because you've got Moore and then you've got Shakir. They're kind of shifty. So you want someone with a little size, but also has the verticality. So,
you know whose thoughts I think we should get on this, fellas?
I think I'm with you. I'm reading your mind.
I think we should get our main man Kingpin's thoughts on the Buffalo Bills pick at 35. Kingpin,
fellas,
what up, baby? Talk to us. 35.
That's good.
Wow. I want to just say, while I'm seeing this, I don't think I've ever asked Pierre a Buffalo Bills question and gotten a response that was anything other than a genuine smile. So I have got to hear this, Pierre.
Right?
All right. Yeah.
Of course, he wasn't a guy that we were, talking about yesterday that we wanted. It seems I heard Rev. Rev's pretty high on it, and I mean I can understand why, but it's just it feels a little. All right, so when it comes down to a Jim Leonard, we know that he's big. The defense is only going to work if we stop the run, right? So it looks like a TJ Parker is a guy that is more of a run, stuffing outside linebacker than he is a pass rusher. Now, personally, I would have loved the specialist if we're going to be going to the outside linebacker. I would have probably preferred a Cassius Howell that I know for a fact is able to get to that quarterback. Whereas the TJ Parker reminds me more of like a Shaq Lawson type. And I know they both went to Clemson. That's the first person that came to mind. The Greg Rousseau that's not really known for that, being a pure pass rusher. But hey, I mean, he's a big boy, at the outside linebacker position. And I know we're going to sell ourselves on it, but at first glance, man, I wanted McDonald. I wanted, Rodriguez. I wanted, Boston. And the fact that they all went, like damn near back to back to back after that, it was definitely hard to watch.
What would you have done with who was on the board at 35?
I would have went McDonald. I mean, I definitely would have went with a guy up the middle, because if you look at our team, and I was kind of hearing Rev a little bit about that, and I kind of disagree. That we need a guy to be able to be that anchor in the middle, right? And even if we're doing the 5 down, we still need that guy up the middle, right? Because you were breaking it down as far as the pieces on the line. You'll have the Chubb, Oliver. It would have been nice to have McDonald right there, and then a Rousseau and whoever's on the outside, or Walker and then Rousseau. So, I mean, it is what it is. There's other guys out there that we can be able to go get, but I felt that McDonald or even a Christian, who was the other one?
Christian Miller.
Yeah, Miller. He would have been a nice pick too, but I mean, he went pretty much, right there as well. So, I mean, it is what it is. We'll sell ourselves on it.
I just don't think it helped the matters for those who wanted him, including yourself, that he went to Houston the very next pick.
Very next pick.
Because we've been down this road 1,000 times. We talked about it earlier. I just hate when guys that were either linked to Buffalo or a substantial portion of the fan base wanted that guy. I hate when that guy goes within direct vicinity, especially with the Bills pick, right? You make that trade with Houston, which, by the way, I mean, Brandon Beane, that was a masterclass of a move. I cannot believe he slid up 22 spots just to slide back 2 spots with that trade to Houston.
Yeah.
But now, of course, Houston takes that pick, trades that back up. And I just think when you look at McDonald, now granted, what McDonald ends up doing, I don't know if you can weigh it fairly to what the Bills end up doing, because he's already walking into a defense that they're going to be top 5, even if they didn't draft McDonald. Now you have to wonder what they're going to be with him. But I don't know if you heard earlier the stat we rattled off here, but it's another penny in the wishing well here at Edge, where you're kind of just. But all I'll say is, man, I'm hoping it's it, right? Because if that can be locked in, you finally get what you've been looking for forever. And I understand Bean's desire to keep trying to do this. Eventually, though, I don't know when the buck stops and you just finally say, we got to look elsewhere.
I mean, I understand that too, but it's like I'm giving Bean a pass this year somewhat. Mainly because
really
he's having to actually like draft players that's going to fit a whole new defense, right? So it's almost like I heard Rico or someone bring up Epinesa, right? It's one of those things where it's like, okay, is TJ Parker a better fit for what Jim Leonard's trying to do, or are we just going to bring the McDermott guys and say, hey, like figure out what you're going to do with these guys, right? So if a TJ Parker is more, if Leonard's like, look I know exactly how to use this guy, I need this type of player, then you kind of have to like give Bean a pass, because he has to get like guys for a whole new defense.
We just saw another edge off the board, by the way. What always kills me is the amount of capital that is dedicated to draft, or excuse me, that is dedicated to edge year in and year out. So I'll just list this off. The Bills, by the way, once again, back to this whole, and I don't know why I have this PTSD constantly of the Bills starting the run, right? Because all these guys are going to be linked to one another, but the Bills started the run at edge, right, at 35. That was the first edge in the second round. So we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now 6 edges gone in the second round already. 6 edge defenders. Yep. And the Bills were the first of the 6 in the second round.
And the one that Pat's just got is, I really, really
big time player.
It really
big time player.
He went there.
I saw that.
Like it stings.
Hey, Kev, what's going on, big fella?
Gabe Jackets.
What up, my guy? You good over there?
You don't pronounce the J. Sorry.
Does he look good to you, Pierre?
I don't know, man. I heard him struggling a little bit.
Am I the one who can't hear Pierre? I can hear everyone, but I can't hear him.
You can't hear me? Uh-oh.
Okay, that brother loud as hell.
Might be for the best. That might be for the best.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to know.
He's coming for you. He's coming for you.
Who even is this guy? Look at this young buck in this corner I see here.
I'm trying to be like you.
Down. He's probably dropped like 20 pounds. 10 years younger. Is this my
guys, let me ask you this.
What's going on here? How young is this guy?
Watch out for real, right?
Right.
Let me guys ask you this real quick. The one position group, if ignored again by Brandon,
I'm gonna drop out.
What is this signal for us as Bills fans? If like, what does that do to you? He ignores this position yet again and thinks that we'll be fine. What position group is that where, come on, fam, you gotta deal with this right now, very seriously, and not wait till the 6th round, 7th round? Deal with it right now. What position is it that valid crash out for fans to say, oh, hey, you know what, I'm done with being for good? What is it? Where is it?
I think you're already seeing it right now, fellas. I think a lot of people wanted wide receiver again. And I think because what else, really, fellas, what else would it be? Right? Because I don't think anybody really wanted to go secondary, right? Because you went Harrison last year, you get CJ Gardner-Johnson, you get D. Alford in the offseason. I don't think people wanted to justify their first pick again, or their first, overall allotment to defense this draft to the back end again. It's always going to be the wide receiver. And then, of course, today you hear the story come out that the Bills may be worrying on Concepcion, but the Browns said, hold the phone. We're going to double dip at two guys. Double dip.
Guys.
Both those guys. And Pierre, I'm telling you, Denzel Boston was the guy I kept hearing that was going to be, that would have been the best fit for Josh Allen or whatever. And then, of course, Omar Cooper Jr. goes with the Bills trading 3 times to get out of the first round. So, Rico, to answer your question, doesn't it seem inevitable to you? The Bills, if Concepcion's great, if Omar Cooper Jr. is great, if Denzel Boston's great, that's what the storyline will be. Brandon Beane didn't go up and get him or passed on the other two.
And then it makes you wonder, it's like, what is it that he has against the receiver group that he just feels we can get? Like, he really truly feels that receivers are a dime a dozen. I think that's how he truly feels. Because to ignore it, I mean, Coleman was his first big receiver get in the draft. He traded for Stephon Diggs, so he didn't have to really address the receiver room as seriously as he needed to. Now that Diggs was gone, now it's like, okay, I got to do something. Bro, he cannot ignore this receiver room again, which makes me then ask, could receiver be the next position that he takes right now?
Yeah, I mean,
forget about. Okay, we got the Parker. Okay, we got that. We got 3 interior defensive linemen that he feels that will suit. I mean, maybe he believes in Dwayne Carter, TJ Sanders, Ed Oliver, Deion Walker. He's like, I'm good. Y'all don't know my draft order, but I'm good. Bro, we gotta hit that receiver room.
Yeah, I mean,
Is he?
I think you said it best. I think you definitely said it best in regards to with the Diggs, for example, it changed things, right? When you have a number one, it's kind of like, okay, we don't really have to be going receiver in the first round, back to back. But then he has tried to go offensive weapon in the early rounds with Kincaid and then with Keon, right? So it's not like he's inept to it. And then also, when you have a defensive minded head coach, you still have to kind of please him somewhat and give him, his guys to make sure that he's happy. So I mean, I don't think he's been ignoring it. I mean, has he hit? Yeah, he hasn't hit yet. Early, but I mean, receiver is probably the next thing for sure.
What's interesting though is two of his last 3 first picks at offense have been home runs. James Cook, rushing title winner. Dalton Kincaid, when healthy, is the best target for Josh Allen until we see what DJ Moore's got. Obviously, the Keon Coleman one is the one that stands out the most. You're going to get far more criticism for what you do wrong than praise for what you do right.
Yeah.
But they have drafted, Pierre, they have drafted the least amount of offensive players in the entire league since the year 2020. Allen drafted in 2018. And I just wonder, and granted, I thought we all went into this year thinking that defense was the primary need. The question was, was wide receiver going to supersede that? But I think, are we going to look back and say, let's just say 10 years post Allen, 5 years post Allen, when he starts to become, considered like a legend, right? When we're like a decade past, are we going to look back and say, how the hell did they go 10 years and they were the single least team to draft offensive personnel? Is that what we're going to be saying? And I wonder that.
Funny though, is that wasn't Aaron Rodgers having the same conversation in Green Bay, right? Because you basically name Aaron Rodgers right there, right?
And then what did they do post Rodgers, right, Pierre? All they did was draft wide receivers.
Yep. So I mean, I can see that happening for sure. And that's why I was a big fan of the idea of even going receiver in first round. Because of that fact. Like, listen, all we heard last year was we need a receiver, we need receiver. So I don't know why, on draft day, we were all scared to even, pull that trigger somewhat, right? They say, hey, I mean, it's still something that we won't be mad at. Shit, I would have rather went receiver than go with TJ Parker. I know that for sure. Right? So it's like, hey.
Damn, really?
I wouldn't be mad if we go receiver with this next pick, but it's like, okay, who?
And that's when you asked earlier, right? Like, what do they do next? And this is what I think it boils down to. Once again, the reason why I think they've drafted so few offensive players is because every single year they continuously need more defensive players because they're not hitting, right? But now you look at when they get to 66, is there a wide receiver that outweighs the value of defense right now? And I think the answer is probably no. So that I don't think you wind up getting a wide receiver until you get later on into your run there of late round picks.
It might be. It might very well be that route. Let me give you guys an idea of what we're looking at in terms of best available player. So when you're looking at the defensive tackle position, right now they have Xavier Harris, Dominique Orange, Grayson Halton, somebody that the Bills have met with in their top 30 visits. They got Darnell Jackson, Chris McClellan, Tyler Onodinim. Okay, I don't know if I said that right. And then you got Capehart. And then you got Rayshon Benny that's down here. Then I went to the linebacker to say, okay, so what's left at linebacker? Like where could be? Anthony Hill obviously is the number one available right now. Unless he gets taken by the Bears, we'll soon find out. And I could totally see that happening. Kyle Lewis has been somebody that who was it that was really banging the table for him? Louis Riddick. Louis Riddick has been banging the table saying this might be the next Derek, for the Tampa Bay, the old Tampa Bay Bucks linebacker.
Oh, Derek Brooks.
Derek Brooks. This could be the next Derek Brooks. You guys don't sleep on them. So you got Deontay Lawson. You got Perkins. You got Elam's Orr. The Bills have absolutely met with this guy. So we could totally see this guy going to the Bills. This reminds me of the Washington pick. But anyway, the linebacker out of Washington State. I think it was Washington State. But anyway, so not many. This name right here, this guy right here, watch out for that guy. But this is where this is starting to get a little thin. Receiver room, you got Branch, you got Brazel is still there. A lot of people are high on Brazel. Could this be the 60s pick that comes in? Antonio Williams, you got Malachi Fields still there. Ted Hurst, people have been talking about him. Surratt back there, but this is where the depth comes in. Look at Chris Bell way down here. He's a first-round talent, and he's down here. So could that be where he goes? Who knows, man? So there's so many directions the Bills can go. That's why I want to ask you that question is like, bro, is he just ignoring? Like, is there a time where you say, bro, we can't have this nonsense where he's not hitting the way he's supposed to?
You know what's crazy though, man? It's like if you really look at our roster, do we really have any true glaring needs where we're like, yo, we are?
Rev was saying the same thing.
We are super thin. I mean, yes. I mean, as far as depth, of course, you can always do better with depth. But as far as like our main guys, I don't think we look at our roster and we're like, okay, listen, we have to get this position. So
I just think it's linebacker.
You think it's linebacker?
And that's why I did think 35 made sense with what was available and what was left there. I don't think it's as much of a need, Pierre's. It's more so I don't think there's a lot of areas that you don't think are particularly great. They're fine, right? I think that's what we look at with a lot of these positional groups. Like, is it the most glaring need? No. But is there certainly room for improvement? Yes. I think that's primarily why they continuously go defense.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time it's like, yeah, he's all right, but, and then we keep going and going and going and going. And then I think on the offensive side of the ball, that's also a reality, but obviously Josh Allen makes up for the bulk share of that. And so you invest more on defense as a result. There goes McNeil Warren, by the way.
Yeah, he goes right to the Browns. I mean, the Browns are they building something out there?
The Browns have low-key, like last year, they probably had the best draft of all time. It felt like 4 or 5 of their picks last year hit. And now it's like, man, they're having, it looks like on paper,
that looks
another
good,
solid draft.
Right there. Fano cuts up. Look at old coach.
I'm kind of liking what the Browns are putting together here.
Oh, the Browns again. Go ahead.
My man made a draft and he went over to Barry, was waiting for the fist pump. And Barry was too busy doing this, and he goes, "Hey, I'm trying to give you a fist pump." That's how you know your old school coach right there. Old school coach. But I was gonna ask Kev a question here. Had it on my thing here. So I'm looking at your Dolphins. You don't see high hopes with the Dolphins, but your eyes are always all over the place. You're always watching what the Bills are doing. You're watching the Patriots. Obviously, you're gonna watch what the East is doing. Is this the year that do the Bills continue to be the top team in the East, or do you feel like that ship has sailed and it's not the same and Patriots are up there and you just don't feel the Bills? Because I know you're unbiased, so you're probably say no, the Bills got it going forward. Or do you feel like this is where things start to even out, not only in the AFC East but in the AFC altogether?
No, you guys should be the favorites. You guys
got it. Still top tier.
Still top tier because I don't know what's going to happen in Baltimore. I liked Minter as a defensive coordinator over with the Chargers. He was good, but who knows, right? And realistically, talent-wise, that's your only competition. Because I think the AFC is, I don't know about the Chiefs anymore. Like the team around them's kind of decayed. The Broncos, I know they beat you guys, but like I think if you played them 10 times, you'd win at least 8. Chargers, I'm not big fans of what they've been doing lately. They have some glaring holes, you know. So it's like I think it's you guys, and I'm the Patriots, like vastly improved, good team. Drake May's really good, but a product of the schedule as well. I could see them dropping. I haven't seen the full schedule yet for them, but I could see them dropping a bit because now they're going to get a first place schedule, right? So I still think it's you guys. Like, you guys just got to get out of your own way. You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm going to
We don't know how to do, bro.
I know I'm
We
going
don't
to
know how
get
to
rid of this, but Allen has to hit that game-winning touchdown. Has to hit that game-winning touchdown. And then this narrative's gone because I think you would have won the Super Bowl. I think the Rams and like the Seahawks, they give you guys a good fight, but like I think you're the best team in the league. You're the best team in the league for 3 years, especially now that like the Kansas City Chiefs have fallen. It's just like, man, I don't know, man. Something happens every year. Like you have that, like Allen had that piss poor game against the Bengals a few years ago out of nowhere. Guy's league MVP. Missing, you know, and then the next year you had like the weird 13 seconds, and like there's just something. It's
always
you
something.
guys,
Always something.
You guys, you know what I mean? It's not, I don't find the other teams stop you. I find something happens and you shot yourselves in the foot. And you know, I see the arguments. Oh, it's, you know, what's his name, McDermott, and the defense collapsing and stuff like that. But whatever it is, like it's got to be your turn sooner or later, right? Like it has to be. They can't have like a weird ending again, you know. It's like a movie script where every year you're like Rocky and you end up losing in the 13th round. You know what I mean? Like I just don't understand. I think it's clear in a way you're the best team in the AFC. You don't have any glaring holes. You have the best quarterback in the NFL. You have, which is painful for me to say it. You have some good guys. You need Kincaid to stay healthy. If he does, it transforms your offense. Your offense is very different when he's there. You've got a bit of shuffling in the offensive line. I don't know if the depth's quite as good. You guys would know better than me now that you lost Edwards and stuff like that. So there'd be a bit of shuffling, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think you're going to be able to run the ball. I think you're going to be able to throw the ball. I think you're going to be able to score, and you should be able to stop. Maybe this change in defensive coordinator is what you guys needed. I don't, you know, we're not sure.
I think so. Yeah.
But I just think like you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to see it happen, but I've been picked you the last 3 years to win the Super Bowl.
Well,
So
let me bring
You
this
can do
up
it again,
to you guys,
Kev.
because we were talking about the Bills offense and glaring holes and so on and so forth. And when you really look at this offense, and Kev, you can chime in whenever, but obviously Josh Allen's that dude. We got James Cook, then DJ Moore, Khalil Shakir, Josh Palmer in pencil. That's your penciled in 3. And then Keon Coleman. And then we Tyrell Shavers when he returns. Mecole Hardman is just a return guy. So I mean, Trent Sherfield, we bring him back. I was surprised by that, but it is what it is. That's special teams and whatever. Jalen Virgil, Goss now. But we're waiting for, like, most folks say, like, you know, a big 3 is nice. I mean, if you go to the Cleveland Browns right now, they got the 2 rookies that they just drafted. They got Wilson that they have over there. I can't recall, but they have one more solid receiver out there, and Fennell. I forgot how to pronounce the name. They got something.
Fannin, yeah.
Fannin.
This is not bad. If you're looking at this roster with DJ Moore, what he's going to be doing, James Cook, we already know what time it is with James Cook. We still got that run game, and then you got, if we get a healthy Kincaid, that's a solid crew.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, if you look at the receivers, Rico, the thing with DJ Moore and how that helps is that he helps everyone else like go to their natural position. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of having a Palmer as your wide receiver 1, he's not a wide receiver 1. He wasn't even a wide receiver 1 with the Chargers. Right. So you allow him to go to now the wide receiver 3 spot. Right. You know, Keon Coleman, boom. He might be a big slot, or he's probably 4th now. That might be a way better spot for him. So I think, you know, by adding a guy like a Moore, I think it'll probably help everybody else.
Do you feel we need one more? What do we got? Oh, they took the linebacker.
There goes your Anthony Hill Jr.
Yeah. So do you feel that we need one more here? Like if like let's just we added Chris Brazil, would that solidify and say, you know what, that's a good crew. Watch out.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to hurt. But why aren't you guys are playing a lot more 12 personnel, right? So it's not the old days where you guys were trotting out 3 receivers all the time. Like you, Dalton, Knox. I think that's what you should be focusing on more too, because you guys do really well when your running game dominates, right? So when you play that 12 personnel, when you've got those guys out there, I feel like you're at your best. Because that's when we don't know if you're handing the ball off. We don't know if you're throwing. We don't know if Allen's keeping it. It just, to me, it suits your personnel. So if you have a DJ Moore, you got a Shakir, you got a Palmer. When you have to go to 13 or 14, when you have 13, then Palmer's good enough to play outside and let Shakir play in the slot. After that, like, of course, like every team would be great if we had 4 great wide receivers. But do you need it? You shouldn't need it. Like, if I were you guys, to me, the biggest, like when I think, how do we beat the Bills? It's not, I got to worry about their 4th receiver. It's, can they stop the run? I got to run this ball because what I'm trying to do is shorten the game so that Allen has fewer cracks at it. That's the whole thing. You just want to try and keep the ball away from Allen.
Yep.
And until you can stop teams from running, they're going to keep running. And some days it goes well, and then some days it's like, like the Dolphins last year or the Colts a couple of years ago with Jonathan Taylor went off. You know what I mean? Like you got to eliminate that. And I think if you can even just like be average at it, I don't see how you guys can lose, because at the end of the game, like I hate it. Like it's like acid in the back of my throat because I know Allen's going to do something.
Know it.
Yeah, it's like you just know.
Like I know.
You
like,
know it.
Like it's 3rd and 27 against Miami. And I'm like, well, I know he's getting it, like, and so it's like, maybe focus on those glaring things. Maybe trade some of your picks for some, he doesn't have to be a pass rusher. Just find some old fat guy that cannot be moved. You know what I mean?
I still think that's coming though. I still think he's not drafting 9 guys. I still think there's some movement happening. By the way,
is Lee Hunter
coming in? What's that, buddy?
Is Lee Hunter out there? Or?
Lee Hunter's
No,
gone.
he's gone.
Anthony Hill Jr. just got drafted as well to the Tennessee Titans. So
you gone.
Your guess is as good as mine,
Eric,
fellas, at 66.
It's coming soon. Air Dem comes in and says, yo, is Bean doing enough to get the Bills to the Super Bowl? Let's be real. We're so used to thinking it's not the best pick, but we'll take it. Josh's windows.
You just traded up. Bills
is that right?
Bills are
I'm seeing the Broncos on the clock.
Bills are on the clock.
Trade alert is right. Wow.
There's that trade. We knew.
But to answer him real quick. I do. It's like what Kevin just said. It's just these little things that just happen. It's like it's just weird. It's weird things that happen, and it's but we're right there. We're one of the best teams every single year. I mean, we're right there.
Best team in the AFC.
Right. So it's not like our roster is horrible. It's just the balls just bounce certain ways in the playoffs. Pause. But yeah.
What do you guys think?
But hold on real quick, Kev. Before the Bills, because they got 2.5 minutes left before their pick gets sent in, I want to give a big shout out to our friends. You know it already by now. Over at Buffalo Gift Emporium. And if this hit winds up being a banger, and we're hoping it is, celebrate with the promo code BF15. Get yourself some awesome Buffalo Bills merch. Buffalo Sabres killing it right now, up 2-1 in the series over the Bruins. BF15 gets you 15% off your entire order over at BuffaloGiftEmporium.com. That link is in the description below. If you love Buffalo, you got to check these guys out. They're located in Tonawanda and in Williamsville. Tonawanda, Rico and Jen are actually thinking about getting a summer home up in Tonawanda. They love the name so much.
I was thinking about it.
Go-to shop, fellas, for your Buffalo-themed gifts, apparel, locally made products. They got it all. Great selection of Sabres gear, Bills gear. Once again, in-store in Tonawanda and Williamsville. Online, BuffaloGiftEmporium.com. BF15 gets you 15% off your entire purchase. And the pick is in, fellas, at pick 62. The Bills trade up here
Man,
with the Denver Broncos, I believe that was correct.
If you're gonna trade up, they've traded up before, and it's been an underwhelming. I mean, they traded up for T.J. Sanders, they traded up for Kincaid, they traded up for Kyrie Elam. The track record, I mean, he's had some moments where he's traded up and it's looked good. Traded up for Josh Allen, looked great. Traded up for Trey Edmonds, was great at the moment. So he's had his moments. It's 50-50 here. So I'm hoping that this is the pick that says, okay, you're back in good graces, big fella. Let's roll.
Who do you guys want?
I'm about to say, there's no one out there that we're going to be like, yeah, we got this guy.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right? So it's like, we got to hope that it works out. But listen, I will never criticize the GM. I'll never. Go get your guy. If you're in love with a guy, you got to go and get him.
I think it could be Pregnon, potentially underrated here, right? At guard. I think it could be.
Oregon.
Yeah.
Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd be an excellent pick.
That wouldn't shock me at all. You don't think so?
Hell yeah. That's a guard?
Yeah.
Nah.
That screams.
Did you see all the guys we signed to compete for that left guard spot? You're gonna draft one?
Nah.
Ain't no way.
Listen,
I don't want you guys to do it.
I'm jumping off the stream if he's a guard.
But I could see it. Oh,
no,
but why though? Why?
Right.
Like, how can you see it?
Make people right if that's what that case is. I think he goes. Maybe he trades up for receiver.
You know what though? Jermod McCoy too. It could make if we want to go secondary, it could make sense here, right? You pair him up with Hairston, and could make sense. Jermod McCoy was a high first round projection before his medicals came out. He's sitting there right now. And if you guys want to,
where you gonna have him sit? Sit where?
What do you mean?
You got Benford on one side. You got Max Hairston on another.
Weren't we talking earlier about depth at corner? Was that not a discussion?
I can respect that for sure.
And McCoy is more talented than Hairston was.
And also,
I'm with you.
McCoy was the top 10.
Yeah.
His knee
that would be puzzling to me.
It would. Why is that? Just because of what you just said? Those two. The problem is, though, Rico, the health on this entire defense, it's always bad. That's why I'm just kind of spitballing because I got to be honest. I really don't know. I don't know. But that would stun you, though. You would in a bad way.
We gave up a first round pick for Max Harrison to just go back in second to get another corner. It would. I would.
You mean third? Yeah.
Third.
Let's see what happens. Here we go.
He ain't gonna do it. You got to go receiver here. I don't even know, bro.
Oh, I can see it. But then every year you guys are always crying as soon as Allen gives up 7 sacks because he runs around for an hour. It's the offensive line's fault.
Is that pause?
Yeah.
That's pause.
Man, I don't even care, and I'm really on my edge here. I'm watching Pierre's face.
There it is. Corner.
Oh, he's good. He's very good. Davis Igbinosun. Very good corner.
Hey, Rico, you good over there? What, 6'2", 189?
When are you guys going to do a flip out like I do every year? He's good. He's a very good player.
Yo, listen, at the end of the day.
So you're Max Hairston. You just drafted me last year. First round, you gave up a first round pick for me. Now you just drafted this dude to come through. And I'm not hating on this dude at all. I'm just looking at the sheer, you lost Dorian Strong. I get that part. But this.
Yeah, but again, we're not always
drafting. But again, what?
We're not always drafting for starters, though. It's like at the end of the day, in the NFL, you are going to get injured 100% of the time, right? You have to listen. The issue we've had in the playoffs has been our depth. Ken said something earlier about, hey,
cut it out.
Would have hit this player. Yes. We had a Dane Jackson give up a damn touchdown late. We had who's the safety that gave up a damn touchdown late. If that didn't happen and our depth was solid, who knows what would have happened at the end of the day, right? You have to understand that you got to draft for depth sometimes, right? For the just in case, you never know. That way you don't miss a beat. You can't expect every draft pick going to be a starter at the end of the day, right? So come on now. You have Hairston that's been injured damn near all year last year. Benford is going to miss at least about 4 or 5 games a season. He has been doing that every season so far. So you never know, man.
What's Bean thinking at this point? What's he thinking?
There's
You
some
went
good-
with TJ Parker. Fine. You needed an edge. You needed an edge. You needed it. Fine. You trade up. I just talked about it. I just said he traded up for Kyrie Lee. How'd that work out? We traded up for Kincaid. People are still wondering, I don't know if Kincaid's it. You don't have a good track record trading up. And then you do this. I might be overreacting because we don't know what this guy's going to bring to the table. But my God, there's more needs in the middle of the defense. But Rico, we still got all these other picks. We can get big citrus. We may not.
You're answering your own question. You're arguing your own point right now. Right?
I'm,
Yeah, we have
I'm,
other
I'm
picks, so
arguing
you
what
never
I know
know.
people are going to talk about, what they're going to mention. Because I know what it is going to be. But this, but Rico with that, but this. Bro, we traded up for that? Bro, F for this fucking, oh, come on. I'm trying to think.
It's rare that you trade up for depth.
Yeah, traded up for depth. Like, what are we doing, bro? Wait, for real.
He's good.
Give me a break, man. He might be good. Great.
He is. He's good.
Traded up for that? You couldn't wait? Hold on. Who was it that was in desperate need for a corner? I would love to see
Who would have been drafted that's going to start right away?
Dominic Orange would have started.
Golly.
Okay,
Brandon Bean. Come on,
He's still on
fam.
the board? It's
Yeah.
like at the end of the day,
Yes,
we're over here saying, okay, we're going to draft the starter. Like,
Hold on.
break down the whole roster.
Hold on.
Who's going to be drafted in the third round right now that you're like, okay, he's going to take this person's spot?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Listen, chat. Talk to me in the chat. Are we on board with this trade up for a corner? When we just drafted Max Hairston last year in the first round, are we on board for this? The trade up? You traded up for this. Holy smokes!
We gave up a fifth round pick for it. Like, come on now, we act like we gave up a first round pick for next year's pick.
But now they're not picking again. They don't have another pick for the next just about 40 picks.
But join me. I know you want to. You don't want to crash out. You don't want. I know you. You want to. You want to join me, but you don't want to.
No, I'm
Just
sitting here.
do it.
I'm trying to figure out what the strategy
Don't
is
try.
here. The only thing I'm thinking of, because we are about to undergo a change in defense.
Thank you.
Massively.
Thank you.
I'm trying to understand what's happening here. There's going to be a massive shift in this defense for the first time in a decade. And the only thing I'm thinking of here is I got to imagine Joe Brady has delegated this defense entirely to Jim Leonard. And he comes in. Obviously, McDermott's been running the ship for a decade. And I'm wondering if he comes in and says, with what we're going to do, this is what I need. Because I'm trying to sit here and figure out why they would do that. Why would they go edge? And then why would they trade up for corner for all the reasons you guys mentioned? And the only thing I'm thinking of here that can make sense, especially when you go Hairston in round 1 last year, would be that Jim Leonard comes in and says, for what I want to do, this is what I need. And then Bean's going out and checking that box. Outside of that, I don't quite know. With all the other areas that we've discussed, linebacker, D tackle, obviously wide receiver, I don't really know what the justification, I guess, would be to trade up here for a corner, other than Jim Leonard saying, hey, this is the deal.
And this is my point. There was just no need to trade up for him. Had we stayed put, I think it's the trade up that's got me
Why
kind
is
of tight a little
that
bit.
such a bad thing? We gave up a fifth round pick.
I don't even think it's the trade up though, Pierre, right? I think it's more so
picks.
it's the position, I'm thinking.
Well, where did you guys come
It is.
from?
We just
the original
invested
pick?
in the position last year. A high pick in that position. What's that, Kevin? Go ahead.
Where did you guys come from? Like from what to what pick? You moved up how many spots?
4 spots.
4 spots.
4 spots? Ooh. Okay. I
4 spots. You couldn't wait. You couldn't wait for those 4 spots. You couldn't wait. You have to give it up.
Nitpicking though.
Yeah.
I think we're
He's a good
nitpicking
player.
a little bit.
He gets it's funny you mentioned Elam a couple times because he's very similar to Elam. He's like
Okay.
he's like a
God,
press
Kevin.
he's a very talented press corner that gets a lot of holding.
My God.
Why'd you say that?
However, he did cut down on the holding penalties this year. So that was a problem that plagued him the first few years. But he's your press. He's good. He's a big dude. I think he's like 6'2", like 195. He gets up in your face. He's good as a press corner. He's physical, but he is a little grabby. And so hopefully in the pros he can not get all the holding penalties that he got for first couple of years. But again, he did curtail that last year. But Elam, the prospect, not Elam, the pro, is kind of like a good comparison.
Even though it is only a fifth, to Rico's point, how is he not there at 66 if this is the guy they want? I don't know on this one. I don't know. I don't know.
When you're dealing with the draft, though,
very nice, diplomatic.
Like you never know, though, right? So it's like, wouldn't you be more pissed if that is your guy and he goes right before you, right? So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, no, he's there. Okay, we gotta go get him, and then making calls.
And this is where I'm thinking Jim Leonard's in here. I think Jim Leonard. I think he had a list. I think Leonard had a list, and I think when you had your head coach running the defense, Joe Brady has got to delegate the entirety of this process to Leonard. And this is where the only thing that I think would make this make sense would be that. And if that's the case, and this is what allows this defense to transcend what McDermott's was, then I guess I get it. I think we have to maybe remove our thought process from what it was under McDermott, I guess. And this is where it gets interesting because we don't know what that looks like yet. And I think they're trying to build that. And maybe this is the reason as to why. Because why else would you do that? Because you now go corner with 2 of your last top three picks.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I don't know.
I'm right there with you. I think so. Are you guys more disappointed at the fact that we actually traded up or drafting the corner in general?
You know what the word I would use? I don't even think disappointed is the word. I'm more, I guess, curious is my word right now. I'm very curious as to what the strategy is right now.
Gotcha.
I'm curious. I'm wondering what the discussion is right now in that room. Because I have to think, we keep talking about how dramatic of a change this defensive scheme is going to be and what that's going to look like. Well, I think what a lot of people are hoping it's going to look like. And I got to believe that this is the discussion being had. And if we want to do, like, I can see it now, right? Where Leonard's like, if we want to do X, Y, and Z to be different than X, Y, and Z of the last 9 years, this is how we do it. And this is what they're doing. Other than that, what else? I mean, what do you guys think? Is there another plausible explanation for what they've done up until this point?
You know what I hate? Because we're grasping for straws to try to explain this nonsense. Just call it what it is. It's nonsense. This is not the player's not the nonsense. I got to make this clear. The player might be great. I was praising Ohio State with the talent that they're like, man, Ohio State's stacked. They got all these players. He might come in and kill it. What I have an issue with, which is a good problem to have per se, but then you're like, bro, so how do you pronounce his last name? Because his last name is a tricky one to pronounce.
Igbinosun.
Say it again.
Igbinosun.
Igbinosun. Igbinosun comes in.
Bin Osun. Igbinosun.
Big Nosun.
You could just call him. You just call him Kyer Elam because they're very.
Just call him. Well played. Well played. He's such an ass. Anyway, so Kyer Elam comes in and outduels Max Hairston. We're gonna sit here and go, bro. At least we got a nice backup corner in Max Hairston. That's the first round. We could have Trey White. We were fine with Trey White, right? I was bagging on Trey White, and I was like, and he came in and was like, bro, we got it. Trey White came in and did what he was supposed to do. I'm not saying we should bring back Trey White and forego this guy. We're trying to get younger, but now if he comes in and does better than Max Hairston, so Max Hairston's on the bench coming in and spare time, you gave up that to go in. Y'all are trying to make sense of this. This don't make no damn sense to me. This doesn't make no sense to me. Come on.
So are you mad about the corner?
Say again?
Or are you mad about the corner or mad about the trade up?
Both, man. If you're going to trade up to get the defensive interior tackle that you need. No, we're going to go corner. What? You couldn't get that late? Nah, but we want to trade up and get the guy we want. You couldn't wait for that? Oh my!
Wait, but Rico, would you have felt any? Would you have
crash out?
Would you have felt any better about it though if they stuck at 66 and picked the same guy?
And I was waiting for this question. I would have said, okay, that's the pick we went with. I would have still felt some type of way. But when I saw the trade up, I said, what? The Bills traded up? Okay. Who they want?
I just don't see how the trade up like changes things. Like we traded back like 15 times yesterday. But I almost questioned if we were even going to fucking draft a player today for all the damn trade backs we were doing. Right.
But so the trade backs made sense.
We added like 4 picks.
Feel there was anything at the 26th pick that we felt that you could deem, I'm gonna pay him X amount of millions of dollars, and I don't think he's that talented to be in that first round. So I'm gonna back out because the guy that I still want is still there. You trade up for that? Anyway, so hey, we got Max Harrison, first round draft pick. We got Christian Bedford, that is a top 12 corner in the game. Would you say he's a little higher than that? And then you got this guy right here.
6th round pick, yeah.
6th round pick. And then you got this guy right here. Come on, man. Let's cut it out. Let's cut it out. I ain't buying that.
My God.
Right, so
this is wild to me, man.
We've been crying about defense
Brandon Beane
for all offseason. I mean, years. We've been crying about defense. You pulled up a stat saying, oh, when the Bills scored 28 points, it's like, listen, at the end of the day, we're drafting guys that's possibly here to fit a whole new defense, big fella, right? We don't know if he's going to be when we're playing dime. He might be out there in dime packages, and Jim Leonard uses dime a lot. Again, we can't criticize it too much because this guy might be a stud, and that's why draft picks. Like if we're arguing the trade up, I mean, I guess, but it's like.
So
I understand it.
My man Kevin Hart said, yo, Rico, just say you don't know his skill set.
That's really what it is.
Brother, I just told you, he might be a very good player. I'm not bashing the player. I'm bashing our GM trading up for a corner when we just spent money on a corner and capital on one last year. That is what I'm saying. The player is not the issue. He might come in and kill it, and I'll be thrilled. Somebody was like, "What?" But you felt the same way about James Cook because I liked a better running back. It's not the same, but I saw a comment in there saying that. So here we are. If he comes out and kills it, great. We have Max Harrison and a very expensive corner in the third, backing up. Oh my gosh. Oh, Brandon Beane, bro. Brandon Beane. I can see why people are like, yo.
In the second.
I can see why people say that.
Yeah, you took him in the second round.
I can see it.
Just so you get it more angry. It was the second, not the third. You actually gave up more than just so you know.
Unbelievable.
Wait. Say that again.
I said it was the second round, Rico, not the third. Just so you know. You gave up the second.
Kevin talks so low sometimes. I'm like, what?
Oh, it was the last pick of the second? Oh, no. It was
near the end of the second, yeah. It was the second round.
Second.
It can bet is
Yeah, Lee.
Oh,
and then my guy went the last pick. I wanted Bud Clark, safety from TCU. So now
you know what I think we got to add into this. There is so much unknown going into this year that I feel like this just continues to add to it. That's where I'm sitting here. I'm seeing some chats where it's just like I'm speechless. I kind of am. I grow more and more curious, and I maybe that adds to confusion as well as to what this year is going to look like. I continue to wonder what the differences are going to be from this year to the last 9 years. And I see these picks, and this is where it's adding to that for me. Or now I was already at peak curiosity. What is this going to look like? Because I'm dying to see both the good and the bad that comes with moving off of McDermott. And I'm sitting here, I'm with you. I'm trying to understand skill set aside, because I think, once again, this is what we were talking about with TJ Parker. Not the player, the position, right? And I feel like these are two positions that I don't think many people would have had the Bills going with their first two picks, edge and corner, right? Isn't that what that feels like? Did anybody have edge and corner in either order with their first two picks this year?
Absolutely.
And it just keeps leading to this this overhaul this year. This is what this feels like to me. It's just leading more to the what are they doing this year? And is this the master plan to do it?
Just
I don't know.
You had a good super.
By the time that we are done picking, I am very curious as to how this draft class is going to look. I'm very curious. Oh my God, man! Listen, McDermott's probably sitting going, interesting. Oh man,
You got a
this is
super
gonna be fun.
chat. You got a super chat that just came in that talked about that.
We got to. Kevin seems too excited about the super chat here.
Yeah, well, he's talking about your point.
Hold on, let me scroll on down. Oh, right here. McDermott never had much say in the draft. I don't understand how much more evidence we need. Bean is trash, and it's obvious. Speechless stupidity.
So he's basically saying it doesn't even matter whether it's Leonard or McDermott. This is just Bean doing Bean. Is what he's saying.
Fully on Bean. Presidente Bean. Alton
Venezuela Rico, if you had to give this a letter, read Alton first. Sorry.
What's that, big guy?
Go ahead and read this first, then I'll ask you.
We gave up a 6th to move up. Man, F them picks. Get the player you want. Everyone loves trading down, but hates moving up. Man, miss me with that. Hey, listen, to each their prerogative on your thoughts on the moving up part. Understand my challenge and my problem with this is we moved up for the corner and we drafted one last year. So
I'll add this. I don't think giving up the 5th that you acquired yesterday, I don't really, that doesn't add much to me.
I don't give a shit about the 5th that we gave up. I don't care about that.
You're hung up on the trade up, aren't you?
It's just you moved up for a guy that the next teams that are coming.
What's your letter grade right now? 2 picks in, Rico.
It's tough to do that because
put him on the spot. You got to let him cool off a bit.
No, I wanted him when he was red hot.
The player might not be a bad player. I have to repeat myself. The player might be a very good player. I just don't like the fact that we traded up for that position. So based on the fact that we traded up for a position, bro.
Chat, yeah, keep chat's rolling in with their grade. What'd you say?
C-, bro.
C-. Okay. I'm seeing a couple of F double negatives. I see a Z. I see a Z in the chat.
I'm not the only one that feels this way, bro.
I don't know what to feel right now.
53 roster. The team lacks talent, and we're drafting depth with 2nd-round picks. Pretty much what Kev said. You traded up for depth. It's what we did. We traded up for depth. Exactly what we did.
The position.
I'd love to just scroll through.
Dude, Twitter is killing me right now, man.
Is it killing you? Because I'm sure it's a goodie. It's a goodie. Even. Yeah, it's a head scratcher. Let's just put it this way. It's a head scratcher. All right? It's a head scratcher. When the Texans traded up, they got themselves Caden McDonald. You understand it. Who else traded up? Give me another team that traded up where you're like, I get that. Anybody else? Give me one.
Yeah, well, the Jets traded up and got Denzel or Omar Cooper Jr. I thought that made a lot of sense.
You're like, I get that. You're trying to help. You're trying to help as much as possible to Geno Smith and get this thing. You get that. Here come the Bills trading up. Oh boy, might be the receiver that these guys are desperately looking for because every year it's like, oh man, if Allen just had that little edge. Now we're gonna go corner, baby, because we need that depth. We need that depth, baby.
I'm just wondering if
Yo, Rico, you killing me right now, Rico.
I'm loving it.
That depth. That depth, the same depth that's been crushing us every single year. Yo, that's crazy. It's crazy as hell.
You know what it is? I said it.
We didn't draft James Cook to be the starter. He ended up being.
I promised myself that I'm not going to because I always got excited for Brandon. Okay, all right, here we go, Brandon Bean. I said this year's not the year. Let me see what this guy puts out.
Unbelievable.
And then we gonna see what it is. Right now, hey man. Hey, BBB. I don't know if he's BBB no more.
I just want to see if the next pick goes poorly. I want to see Pierre, right? Because he focuses everyone, right? He's gonna bring it back together to the land of hope.
Pierre pisses me off because he finds the positive in
everything. He's like Santa.
There's nothing negative.
Yeah, Santa leaves cookies out for Pierre.
It's not that it's nothing negative.
And I want to see it because I want to see when he gives that look and he just stares at the ground, right? But like when David dropped that ball. Dropped it in the bucket. You know what I mean? Like that one. And then he's gonna look up and he's like, remember who we have. It's gonna be good, man.
Oh boy, I'll
No,
tell you.
but it's just one of those things, man. When you're talking with a glass half, what?
He's a half full guy for sure.
Yeah,
Here is
you're a
never
half
empty.
empty guy, and it just is what it is, man. At the end of the day, this is the thing about the draft that always, like when Kevin does it, I always laugh because in my mind I'm like, we're getting mad for something you don't really know is going to actually pan out or not.
How's
Because if it
Miami
pans
done
out-
in all these years I'm complaining? How have they been doing?
Hey, but it is what it is. Everyone hated Josh Allen. Everybody hated Josh Allen, right?
Well,
So
gotta go
again,
back
you
8
never
years.
know in these drafts. That's why it's like, listen, at the end of the day, this could end up being the all-pro that we all wanted, right?
He's
Rico
good.
hated James Cook with a passion.
Mhm.
Hey,
He's damn
I
near the
didn't hate
best running
James
back
Cook.
in
I
football.
just liked Brees
So
Hall
again, you
better.
just don't
Hey,
know. Hold on. You talking the whole damn time crying about a damn pick, a draft pick at the end of the day. You have to understand, we have a whole new defense. We knew we were going to be drafting defense. We knew this going in, right? We don't know exactly how they're planning on using this kid. We might play 3 corners or 3. We might be having 4 DBs out there at all times. We
Come on,
don't
stop.
know,
Stop.
right? I'm telling you, we're going to be running dime a lot, right? That's Jim Leonard's that is basically, but again, we just don't know how this thing is going to shake out, right? So when Bot says, hey, I'm kind of confused because it's just the unknown of it. It's the unknown that you're struggling with, right? Because imagine if he comes in and he's a major piece to the puzzle, you'd be like, okay. And then if anyone goes down, you like, at least we don't have Dane Jackson giving up a damn touchdown in the damn Broncos game. Dog, you got one snap. One snap, you come in and give up the damn game winner, right? So it's like, come on now. It's the draft, big fella.
Here's what you have to wonder, though. You go Max Hairston with your first pick of 2025. Going corner again with your second pick in 2026. What does that mean for Hairston, especially when you went first round with Kyer Elam back in 2022? Like, what does this say about the corner position? Is this depth, or is this more so we don't know what we have? We're concerned about the injury with Hairston. There's so many questions here. Because obviously, if you feel good about Hairston and Benford, right, then you wouldn't make this move. Or would you if there's a broader plan? This is where I have all these questions running through my mind right now. But what does it say about, I feel like if you felt fully convicted about what you did last year with Hairston, this wouldn't be the move with your second pick. Then again, though, if you do feel that way, what's the ideology behind it with Hairston? Or is this simply, we have had too many years where we have been burned by a lack of depth that we feel confident going out on the field and winning in the postseason? But if that's the ideology, are you comfortable doing that in round 2?
Just a heads up, when the Bills picked Davison Igbinosun, the Chargers chose, Chargers chose center Jack Slaughter. Then the Seahawks came back and said, hey, give me Bud Clark, safety. And then when we went to the third round, you're like, okay, so soon enough, there's going to be a guy that grabs a corner. No, sir. Carson Beck went next. And then we went edge with Crawford. Then we tackled with Mark Bell and set so we needed to trade up for that. Anyway, I hope Igbinosun comes in and he comes in and kills it. He's a difference maker, because don't forget, that's the second pick of the draft. We need impact players. If this window is now and we want to help Josh out, and I understand it, we want to get in the defense. Defensive tackles right there. Now, Big Citrus is still there. There's some big boys still in this. So maybe he comes out and we get lucky and some guys fall. We got Walker in the 4th. So we shall see. But boy, oh boy, these first 2 picks, I'll be real, underwhelming. But Listen,
Let's see.
This is the beauty of draft days, because there's overhyping, and then there's like, oh man, I feel like this, and then when time goes on, you're like, all right, it wasn't so bad. But this is natural for people to kind of. This is why you do these live reactions for these reasons, and that's how I feel right at this point. That's how I feel at this point. So it is what it is at this point. And then Rev, I know Rev's gonna come in and say, hey, I got something nice to say about Igbenogson. So talk to me, Rev. You feel good about this one?
No, man. I'll tell you right now. I was
no, man,
bro, but not in a bad way, because I did feel like at some draft the Bills are going to draft a cornerback at some point.
Yes,
and it just happened to be right now. I still think that that there's a need for that one tech defensive tackle. But I am not mad at the fact that they drafted a cornerback because of this. And I think Pierre's already mentioned it too. We've seen what has happened to the Bills defense far too often, especially when it comes to depth at the secondary position. I mean, Max Harrison got injured, and had it not been for Trey White, I mean, this defense, the secondary, would have been awful. So beyond Max Harrison and Christian Benford, who do we really have at cornerback? We can't really say that as far as boundary cornerback is concerned. So, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I understand it may not be like the sexy pick, and why do we trade up for a cornerback? But maybe they value, hey, and I think maybe they also have like a little bit of PTSD, and I don't mean to say that, like that, but like maybe they're thinking about like, hey, man, if we lose a cornerback, we don't have anybody beyond Benford and Max that can really step in right now.
We'll bring back
We want to go back and try to get Trey White back here. We want to bring back Daniel. We don't want to do that again.
Are you comfortable doing that, though, with your second pick? Because what you're saying is accurate, but are you comfortable addressing that with your second pick?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fine. If he's, I think here's what we also have to look at, though. Do you want them to spend a 5th round pick on a guy that is okay or may not even make the roster, or are you okay with them spending a 2nd round pick on a guy that can actually be a potential starter? You know what I'm saying? And really, give Max a run for his money, regardless of the fact that they drafted him last year in the 1st round. So for me, if he's better, or if I can improve my floor, I'm going to do that, even if it requires me taking a 2nd round pick on it. I'm fine with that. And here's the other thing that I think so many of us may be missing out on this. With the scheme change comes new personnel. It happens every single time. And it doesn't matter who we have on the roster, really, because we look at Max. Man, how could they just drafted Maxwell Harrison last year in round 1? They didn't know they were getting rid of Sean McDermott last year. They didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? And so you can't look at it like that. We just have to go with the punches. And Jim Leonard, you have to give that guy the chance to have his own players. And I think he's handpicked some of these players, and we just got to wait and see what it looks like. But I'm okay with it, as long as at some point in this draft they find themselves a defensive tackle. And we'll just have to see how it plays out. But cornerback right now, if he's as good as people are saying he is, it's okay. But Max Harrison's going to have to look out. He's going to have to look over his shoulders, man.
Bean is addressing the media right now. For those who are tuning in on the side, listening to him, if you could, add some tidbits for us in the chat as to what he's saying, what he's being asked, what his response is.
Are we able to stream it?
If we stream it concurrently with this, it'll knock us, I think.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Here's the other thing with what's going on here. Have we addressed a primary need? I understand depth's been addressed. Do we think that we have addressed a primary need for this team? Because I felt like linebacker was a primary need. I thought interior D-line was a primary need. I think many would have thought wide receiver still would be a primary need. I think edge was up there. I just didn't think it was the most pivotal need, but that was their first pick. I don't know. It feels like the primary needs have not been addressed.
So let me ask you guys a question. Does this pick does it affect, do you think they trust in Max Hairston? Did they, like, after year one, to go and draft someone in the second round, excuse me, I'll say second round, your second pick, and it'd be a corner? What does that tell you about how they feel about the depth at corner, number one? And maybe they just don't trust Max Hairston enough. Maybe they feel like these soft tissue injuries or whatever he was going through is not enough. Or maybe they saw something they didn't like. Or maybe that was a straight McDermott pick. I have no idea. But the fact that you picked that's the second pick, if I'm Max Hairston, I'm like, okay, I guess we're gonna compete. We're gonna do all that. But like, what's it say about how they feel about that cornerback room? Other than the depth, what about the talent? Do they think it's talented enough?
Right.
Maybe not. Because you go and pick somebody like that.
But doesn't that make it worse if you're already questioning your first round pick from last year? After your last corner that you drafted, you had to get rid of because it was a complete bust?
This is why I'm down. This is why I'm like, what the hell? Okay, that's why I'm not so mad that they brought this player. But then what's it say about what you did last year? Like, what the hell?
I don't necessarily think. I hear what you're saying, but I don't really look at it as it being a Max Hairston thing. But even if it was, I think Brett said it best. At the end of the day, man, hey, yes, we had a first round pick on a corner last year, but that was for a different defense, right? You can't just say, okay, we're bringing everybody back and we're all going to be running this whole new defense, right? So maybe this corner is a better fit for what, Jim Leonard's trying to do. And Max Harrison's going to be the guy that they're going to be rotating in. Again, I personally don't think it's a Max Hairston thing, but if it was, that could probably be what it is. Like, hey, Max, we're going to be, rotating you in and out, right? Because this guy is a better fit for who knows, man? Who knows?
My man, Manny comes in and says, yo, hold on. Pierre, you said James Cook wasn't drafted to be a starter. With 1 year left with Devin Singletary.
Initially, he wasn't, though. He didn't come in and start right away.
I mean, I think they did bring him in to be the starter, though, at one point, or at least share.
They brought him in eventually to be the starter,
yeah,
right? But they didn't draft him to start, right away.
I think the spirit of the pick was
King Noble comes in 54 months as a member. We appreciate you, King Noble. Says, I believe it was an emotional pick. He says, we lost that Broncos game because Hairston was injured due to playing week 18, and we trying to avoid a repeat. And I'm sure, I don't know which one of you guys mentioned PTSD. I'm sure there's a little bit of that. And then obviously Dorian Strong going down with that neck injury. He's like, golly, we gotta go and get some more depth. I get it. Did you have to go that high to go get it? But if they really love this player, shoot, do what you do. If you really love them, go and get because that's what we've been preaching. If that's your guy and you love it, go and get him. It's at the end of this, what it comes down to. Harlem says, yo, I work in the graveyard shift. I just woke up and hella angry the Finns got LB Rodriguez. Hey, and guess what, Harlem? But Kevin's like, man, I guess we'll deal with him. So Kevin is sitting here going, all right, he's cool, but I expected a little bit more. Antonio Williams going to the Commanders. All right, let's go.
Joe Biscaglia just tweeted out a tidbit from that presser with Brandon Beane. And Beane says that Parker is a 3-down player. He said that he was their number 1 player on their board today. I think that's probably pretty obvious, seeing that they had the 3rd pick of the day.
For sure.
But he said he felt confident leaving the building last night that they would get an edge rusher that could help them at 35. So it felt, at least after the dust settled last night, that it was always edge for Buffalo with their first pick. I'm sure that probably changed in some capacity based on what happened yesterday, but that was always the mindset. I wonder if corner here was also always the mindset, or the way things fell is the reason why they wound up going the way that they wound up going here.
So our guy, Carl Jones, you guys know, a friend of the show.
Yeah, I think
that David, what's that, buddy?
Oh no, go ahead and read it.
Davison Igbonoson was a strong press corner at Ohio State, aggressive in the run game as well. But skill set aside, he says, I'm very curious on trading up for him. Didn't play nickel for the Buckeyes. You expect 2nd round picks to start, but Christian Benford and Max Hairston are on, are on the roster. This is what I'm saying. Like, you got two starting caliber corners and you went and grabbed another one. I mean, shoot, all right. A lot of people are questioning the same thing. I ain't crashing out for no reason now. I mean, I could have been like Dan Fight saying, "Hey, give me a receiver. Give me Denzel Boston. I just feel I need a receiver." I could have been that guy. Nope. By the way, Lakers are up.
So
Love it. Love to see it.
yeah, if Leonard wants more of a like man press corners, then that could explain also, because that's what Igbinosin is, right? He's a press corner. So you guys under Dermott for the last like however many years now, you've been a zone, primarily like a cover three. I would say that's like your bread and butter, where you're playing like, thirds of the field zone coverage, which is where guys like Trey White and those guys excelled. But if Leonard wants to play more of a man press to get a more pressure style at the line of scrimmage to disrupt receivers, that's not really Benford's game. So it might just be, like you said, a schematic fit. It might be that your Leonard wants guys that fit his scheme, just because, it doesn't make the other two guys lesser players. They're just, maybe it's just not that they're suited to excel in the things that Leonard wants them to do.
Yep.
So Bean was asked about this pick going corner. He says corner is a premium position. You can't have enough of them. I think we could all agree there. But Biscaglia said that Bean alludes to cornerback depth usually getting tested via injuries throughout the season and wanting to have quality depth to sustain that. So this was a depth play in round 2.
Yeah. And again, I mean, at the end of the day,
And it was a very good depth play.
it's all about having a 53-man roster that can compete all the way through, right? So, that's the only selling point, right? Because listen, I say it all the time. You fan how you want to fan, right? But if you're a fan, and I get criticized for always, being the glass half full guy, but it's like, you're a damn fan of the team. You got to figure out a way to sell yourself on the damn idea, right? Or if not, why the hell are you fanning on the damn team then, if that's the case, right? I'm not going to hate every damn move if I'm actually rooting for the damn team, right? So I mean, it makes sense to me to be like, okay, we know we've been hurting at corner as far as depth. If you're getting a guy who can easily be able to replace a guy and also, give us reps. I mean, yes. Did I want a corner here? Hell no. I'm not over here saying, oh yeah, I love the pick, but I can understand the thought process as to why we wanted to do it.
I'm gonna see if I can share the stream. Hopefully, it doesn't kick us off. But you think it will kick us off if we do it?
I think it might. I'm surfing for quotes from it just to be safe, because I'd hate to have it. I'd hate to lose it.
If it messes with us, I'm gonna take it off. See if we can get it cracking. Can you guys hear that or no?
What I think are available.
Yeah.
We need to fill depth, youth, add some youth in various spots to this roster. We kind of went in saying, even if a guy fell close to us,
I can't hear it.
Like, man, I can't believe this guy is here. We wouldn't want to lose too much of that ammo. So it kind of got answered.
There's a volume in this.
At what point do you have too many picks? How many rookies can make this roster?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think we'll see as we go down, the board, and that's what we're talking about with, after this pick of what other positions, do we know that if we don't fill here in the draft, we probably need to add some veteran players after. But I still think we have some spots that we can fill tomorrow. We did, part with one of the picks to move up and make sure we got IGB. So what do we have? The 3 4s, the 2 5s, and the 7. So yeah, I mean, when you get to the 7th round, for the most part, you're kind of securing a guy that you don't have to fight for as a priority free agent. So in my mind, we got 5 picks. I would sit here and say most likely, we'll see how the board falls, Tim, but I would think a number of these guys will have a chance to make our roster and help us.
How important was it to stockpile picks on day one to give you some flexibility to use as leverage to trade up at some point? I mean, getting 5 picks the first 126, I think, was more than what you had going in.
Yesterday was huge. How it worked out for us, and we knew when we left here last night, looking at the board, that we're going to be able to get a rusher, as I said, and we thought, our board, was stacked, and I think you saw it. I mean, you guys can look at the picks in the second round. It was a lot more defense than offense, and we kind of saw that as well and thought, we'll follow it. We're at 66. If we feel like a position of need is starting to thin out, we'll move up. Not too far, though, because we worked hard to get this ammunition, and we still feel there's some pieces that we would like to add tomorrow that can help this team, this year and going forward.
I know you said, Brandon, are you seeing when you're drafting defensive players, and you did the 2 tonight, are you looking at them differently for this particular defense scheme versus what you've been doing for the past 9 years? And if so, how?
Yeah, good question. It's probably position specific a little bit, Vic. We're grading the player, the talent. Listen, there were other corners. We weren't just looking for a long press corner. There were other corners that were good as well, that had a little different skill set that we liked. So it wasn't like Jim said, I need this big, long press corner. We put our values on what they do well. What are some of the things they need to work on? Sal referenced, the penalties from a year ago. The good thing was that wasn't this year on that. But I would just say position by position. Obviously, guys, this is a 3-4. So the guys that, used to be DNs for us, how do they stand up? Are they a Sam? Are they a rush? So that we probably spent more time on those.
Is it typical to do your presser like in the middle of the
safeties? But
the middle of day
He's done
too?
for the
think,
night.
there's been a little change.
He's done for the night.
Even
Yes, he's not
how
trading.
we exactly want our safeties before versus, what we can play with, under Jim's defense, how he would utilize them. So it was kind of position specific.
He's on the Saturday.
I know you said that you after the last graded guy, first round graded guy went off the board, that's when you ultimately decided to move down.
Yeah.
But you see the board thing out also as it's going, and you said that you knew this was kind of a lesser year for first round, and you have 8 minutes. So when do you ultimately say to yourself, is it leading up to the draft or at that moment, hey, we got to start thinking about maybe getting out of 26? Or are you really sitting there until that moment?
No, you have conversations even before the draft starts with people calling. Do you guys plan to pick? Do you think you would move? People in front of us calling, hey, would you guys move up here? And, teams that were, 5, 6, however many up, it was like, yeah, that's going to cost us too much unless you're talking about giving us some great bargain, which, nobody's really going to probably do in the first round. So I would say 90% of our conversations were with the teams directly behind us all the way into the second round. Some of those happen. I would say a lot of contact is made just kind of setting parameters of roughly what you might be talking about for that pick. But like anything, yesterday, a couple of times, some teams were offering more. And so
What the?
it's like anything.
Fuck?
If more people want it, you can charge a little more, on a premium.
Caleb
of it.
Douglas.
So it worked out on a couple of those.
That's your
Caleb
guy.
Douglas.
That Malik Willis is going to put up phone numbers with Caleb
26.
Douglas.
Yeah, I don't know what Miami's thinking.
Not as
All
much.
right,
as
well, let's
20.
listen to more Bean later. Let's listen to more Bean later. All right, so I think the conclusion here is Kevin just got his wide receiver of the future, Caleb Douglas at 75, who he clearly seems thrilled with.
He's got some wheels on him, though, boy. Go ahead, Kev.
Here's my takeaway, fellas. I think Bean looked at this draft and he's just like, I just don't really see the talent. And I think he looks here and he's just like, we need depth at corner, and I don't really see much here. And so I'm going to take what we need. I'm going to take depth at corner, even though it's in the second round. I mean, I feel like this is just so telling as to how they viewed this board, right? Because if you view the board in a high regard, I don't think you go, because he says as of now, our penciled in starters are Hairston and Benford. I think that would go without saying, right? So he didn't even sugarcoat it. He's admitting it. Like, this was a depth play with your second pick. And I think that this just shows that from their perspective, at least, this board did not warrant them doing anything other than addressing areas of need that weren't that were beyond instant impact. And I wonder if that's just a casualty of what this draft was. It's just unfortunate regardless, because I feel like, once again, back to the thing we talk about all the time, what they need the most is instant impact. And I do understand that the depth is going to be crucial when it comes to the postseason. But what happens, and here's the thing that you have to think about the most here. The only way that a pick like this really works out is if another pick winds up not panning out. For instance, or what I'm trying to say is, the only way that this pick works out is if something bad happens, is if Hairston gets hurt again or Benford gets hurt again. This is the only way that this pick pans out. So that's to say, you really don't, you don't ever want to see your second round draft pick on the field. This was like yesterday in a different sense. It makes no sense to me that the LA Rams drafted Ty Simpson. Makes absolutely no sense to me. I still can't get over it. But you look at that through this same lens. The Rams are going into this next couple of seasons. You never want to see your first round draft pick out on the field. The guy you drafted in the first round is somebody you do not want to see on the field until Matt Stafford retires. And no Rams fan wants to see Matt Stafford retire anytime soon after he just won the MVP. So in the second round here, the best way to put it is, you don't want to see your second round draft pick out on the field. And that's a tough pill to swallow.
If with that logic, if you know that, if you feel as if this draft is not great or it doesn't have it, wouldn't you? I mean, listen, you traded down because you didn't want to get anybody in the first half, first round. Maybe it saves you some coin, et cetera, et cetera. But now, wouldn't you stockpile some picks to now really pick impact players right off the rip, like immediate impact guys? If you don't feel the depth is great, you had McDonald right there for the picking. You can't tell me that I'll get that depth later on. You can't tell me you don't need an interior lineman. You think you would do everything you can to get your guys right off the rip. Is that what they felt? This is the best of the crop?
Clearly.
Well, I mean,
I'm
when we think about defensive tackle, though, when we think about, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, when we think about defensive tackle, those two players that the Bills have been linked to, as far as like Dominic Orange and Corleone, nobody has drafted them yet. We are 76 picks in, and nobody has drafted them. So maybe Brandon Beane understood the value of those players and said, hey, I might be able to still get those guys later. So, I mean, and then to Bot's point though earlier, I mean, just a little while ago, is that I understand maybe this draft is not loaded with talent, or does it say that this Bills team is more talented than we may want to say it is? And it's difficult to actually find guys who are going to plug and play right now. Like, that's the problem that you're going to have when you have a team as talented as the Buffalo Bills. It's going to be hard to crack this top of this roster. So you got to, when your draft now is going to look like this, we got to find depth players, because our starters are basically locked in right now. So
wait a minute,
I think there's two ways to look at it. But I mean,
if they're too talented, they're too talented though. They were a bottom 5 run defense last year. That hasn't been addressed at all. We can't sit here and act like there aren't areas on this team that need significant improvement. I think we can't write this off to the Bills being so talented that they just.
No, I'm not saying.
Go ahead.
Maybe Jim Leonard was that piece that can instantly fix that.
Yeah, I mean, and they did still make it to the division round of the playoffs with their poor run defense, and they didn't lose that game because of a run defense. You see what I'm saying? So again, there's still players available that they can add and plug into the defensive tackle position that will help with the run defense. I'm just saying that I think they see the value, and apparently, how many other teams agree with them in terms of looking at those other players besides the Houston Texans? There hasn't been another defensive tackle that's been drafted since Caden McDonald. And those other two guys that we're looking at, Dominic Orange and whatever, they're still available. So it's not just Brandon Beane and the Bills don't see the value. Apparently other teams don't see it right now as well. And so I'm not saying that they're not going to add to it. I'm just saying they just probably are going to wait until later to do it, and they can probably still get the production that they're looking for out of it.
Let me get a little break in here, because we've got friends that have sponsored this show, friends that have sponsored this whole weekend, and that's our friends at Buffalo Gift Emporium. And you guys already know what time it is, man. I mean, listen, we've been talking about it all weekend. Go onto that website using our code BF15. You get 15% off whatever it is. If it's memorabilia, if it's the local stuff that are you into art? They're even into art. They have pictures, they have artwork, all of those things right there, and it's locally done. Williamsville, Tonawanda. I think if I get a house out there, bought my follow, maybe Pierre might come back to Buffalo. I don't know, but we'll find out soon enough.
We'll do a duplex, Rico.
I mean, listen, we can be some entrepreneurs and start, buying some property out there, but we need to buy it next to the Buffalo Gift Emporium. We need to be right next to these guys so they know that's what's up. So guys, 15% using our code BF15. Go out and get there, man. Great selection of Buffalo sports, great stuff in your hometown, and give some hometown proud. You got to do that, man. So whether you're shopping for a visitor, shopping for a family, a friend, whoever, go ahead and visit online, buffalogiftemporium.com, and use BF code 15% for all online sales. So give a shout out to our friends, the Buffalo Gift Emporium. Big things. Now, I got to shift this a little bit. We've been talking about the Bills. My man Kevin has had his face in his palm for the last 10 minutes. Kevin, you got yourself an offensive weapon. You got yourself someone from Malik Willis. Talk to us as to why you're upset about this pick here. And where would you have gone instead of the receiver?
I know what you're doing when you called him an offensive. I know you're poking.
Talk to me.
So we took a tall receiver who can't win contested catches. We took a big guy that has a 31-inch vertical. 31 inches. His drops like you got like Chris Bell, Rizal, Ted Hurd.
Facts. Yep.
I'd take Skylar Bell over him. I'd take Bryce Lance over him. There's just take the notes. We don't need him anymore because the Dolphins don't care. They don't care who's good. Let's just. I'm gonna try and keep it in. But it's so bad. It's so bad. I had him as like a 5th or 6th round pick.
They took him early. Golly.
Yeah, at least when your guys are going, you took a depth guy and he's really good, So your argument is kind of well, did we need him? But at the same time, hey, he's pretty good. He's athletic. He's whatever. I got a big guy the only reason you get a big guy that is because he's going to be able to body people and catch over them. Can't do it. His weakness is contested catches. It's like having a 3rd down back with no hands.
Fellas, I'm curious.
Good way to put it.
Kevin, I feel for you. Maybe Malik Willis can get the most out of him. I'm rooting for you, but not really.
Yeah,
fellas,
not really.
Here's a question. First 2 picks. Let's talk about TJ Parker first. You got Chubb and Rousseau in front of him in the pecking order, right? And then you look at the corner position, and you have Benford and Hairston in front of that in that pecking order. Realistically, how much of these first 2 picks are we going to see on the field in 2026? And if things go well, which you of course want them to, do we really see much of them at all?
Yeah, but again, I think we're assuming that the players that we have on the roster are the best fit for this new defense, right? I mean, I understand you're not going to bench Rousseau. You're not going to bench certain players, of course, right? Because of the money that we're paying them. But it's maybe, it could be a transition or who knows? And maybe Leonard, is the Sean McDermott where he does the rotation as well, right? They're just, rotating him in, every other series. But it's understanding that we have a brand new defense, and you can't automatically assume that the player that we had is going to be the best fit for this new defense.
So let's talk about this defense, because we were talking about the offense earlier. Let's talk about this defense. So right now, as your starters in this 3-4 defense, you got TJ Sanders, Deion Walker as your nose as of right now, penciled in, and then you got Ed Oliver. Okay, there's your 3 interior linemen. Then your edge, you got Greg Rousseau, and then whoever they decide to put on. Oh, obviously we have Bradley Chubb. Excuse me. Your 2 middle linebackers as of right now, Dorian Williams and Terrell Bernard. We like those guys, but we also are. Those are the same. That's the same crew that we've been complaining about that can't stop the damn run. All right. So Christian Benford, Cole Bishop. Obviously, we have the likes of CJ Gardner at safety. So the defensive backfield is looking pretty good. Now you bring in Davison. So it's going. So right now they have Davison and isn't that something? Okay, that's very interesting. Benford and you got Davison. Am I missing something? Where's my man? Where's Max Harrison?
Oh.
Okay, they got Max Harrison. Okay, I guess he's looking at last year's depth because he's hurt. But like, I understand that you need the depth, but I'm looking back at the rest of this roster here. TJ Sanders, we still don't know what we have in TJ Sanders. This guy was placed inside, then placed on the edge. He's not supposed to be on the edge, but they had him playing on the edge because we didn't have the depth. Okay, fine. Deion Walker, what a pleasant surprise he has been. Ed Oliver, when he's on, he is on. Greg Rousseau, we know what we have in Greg Rousseau. Just a solid, good defensive end. But we're looking for impact. We're looking for someone that can come in and make the difference for us. Is TJ Parker going to be the guy that makes the difference? Looking at what we have here, is he going to make that difference? Like, I think this is where some folks, at least I'll put myself in that, where I'm like, bro, if we're going to do this, we have to really go all in for, and it always comes down to one thing, for Josh Allen. We got to go all in for Josh Allen. We got to do something for him because he's the one who performs and everybody else lets him down. Well, if you looked at Twitter right now, they'll tell you this whole draft has let everybody down. So this is not a good start. This ain't a good start. So we've all been surprised before where we're like, wow, we didn't see that coming. So I'm hoping that is the case and Brandon Beane really knows what he's doing. But right now, boy, if you were to say, hey, man, what do you guys feel about Brandon Beane right now? And looking at his press conference, I was watching the chat. People are like, yo, moron, what are you talking about? Bro, right now, people are in their feelings. And we got to, I guess, give 24 hours until third day comes in, and then we'll find out. But right now, looking at this roster defensively and look at what we did in the draft, boy. And here's what kills me. We don't have the money to go out and get big-time pieces. So we're relegated to bargain binning and also drafting. And the draft was supposed to be the big thing because we didn't have the money. And here we are. TJ Parker, Davison. So we got a few picks left.
Yo,
hopefully he hits.
I have a question real quick as far as, I'm seeing the depth chart there. And as far as the Bradley Chubb, what's like Kev will be able to answer this. Where, like, if you're looking at Chubb, like, what's the one thing that you have to worry about, or what's that one I guess you can probably call it that you're worried about when you're looking at Chubb?
Injuries,
exactly. So the fact that we have a injury-prone guy that we just signed, you just never know. If this is basketball and injuries hardly ever happen, then I can understand that, right? But the last thing you want, Hoyt, for example, is he really going to come back and be a guy that we think he's going to be? Like, we love Hoyt, but we don't really know what he is for real. He played one game for us, right? So it's one of those things where it's like, yes, I understand the logic that Bot and Rico's talking about. I 1,000% understand it. But we've been decimated with injuries over the last 2 or 3 years. Decimated. Right?
It sucks. It's true, though.
So at least we have guys that if that does happen, we potentially have guys that can step right in and we don't miss a beat.
You're not wrong, bro. It's a lot of it is. I think a lot of this, the dust has to settle. I think that's where we just have to let the dust settle. And when it's all said and done, because Bean tends to do this, he'll have one of these, and then all of a sudden he'll get the one guy that we're all like, oh, he fell that far, man. You got to trust Brandon Bean. So like, you can't go over, and I have to test myself, check myself, because I get over emotional. Then sometimes I'm just like, all right, well, it is what it is. Like, we just gotta be temperament and just wait it out at the end of the day, because that's what has to happen. Because I'm sure there's some other fan bases crashing out like some of us have. And this one, it just feels like a underwhelming. Just get the pick in and just keep it pushing and just have some good depth. I just hate that second round pick.
I know it.
Depth. You know what I mean? So it's like, come on, man.
That's
Right.
true.
Because you look
true.
at it from the perspective of if the games were to start tomorrow, the 2026 season was to start tomorrow, how much better did the Buffalo Bills get as they walk out on the field in game one? And I don't really think they got all that much better. The only way that they get better here is if a guy goes down. And that, of course, is something you do not want to happen. Obviously, I understand having it in your arsenal, having the weaponry in your arsenal for when that happens or if it happens. But usually you don't do that in the second round. Right. And I just feel like with the needs that were there, you know, I think nose tackle was a need. Linebacker, I still have no idea what's going to happen there. And that was right there for you in the second round as well. The run on wide receiver has started to kind of happen here. Clearly, they feel like they're fine there. I think they'll get one eventually tomorrow.
There's some guys
but obviously, that's not going to be a day one impact either. It is. But like we've been saying all night, it is more of a wait and see type thing. But if we're talking about instant impact, and this is what I always go back to with the window we're in with Josh Allen here, I just don't see where the instant impact comes from here with these first two picks.
Who's this guy say? I love that Pierre always throws a life.
Shout out Laura.
Oh, my girl Laura, a life preserver. You know, when I dive off the boat.
He's got a whole lot of them,
Hope
man.
there's a
He's
match
in
plan I
a
can quite see.
Everybody, chill out.
Yeah, come on. Just come on back. Come on back off the ledge. Right? Because Baja said something, says that in week one, did our team get better?
Thank you, Bobby, man.
That's debatable.
Like, I need someone with me here.
Nah, but in week 18, we might have gotten better, right? Week one, maybe not. But week 18, when we're like, man, you know, once again, we're down, half the team. Hey, we got other guys that step up.
Bro, let me tell you something. When Derrick Henry goes for another 200 yards, I don't want to hear nothing about, yo, where TJ Parker at?
All right, listen, hold on.
Hey, Davidson,
About
where
that.
you at?
About that.
Oh, shoot. All right, we just got depth.
A Sean McDermott defense has always been elite in pass defense, right? His whole defense was geared to stopping the pass. He's a very conservative play caller to make sure that there's nothing going deep, right? So the one thing that he's been willing to give up is the rush because he's so dedicated on stopping the pass. Jim Leonard's scheme is completely different, right? So we can't just assume that because our rush defense has been ass with McDermott, that is going to be ass in a whole different scheme, right? So maybe what Rev was saying is that in this scheme, a D tackle is probably not needed somewhat because of how
the scheme.
It's all about the scheme.
So
right?
you really do think, though, the scheme has the potential to take this team from bottom, just scheme alone,
1,000%
has the potential to take this defense, stopping the run, from bottom 5 to top half of the league?
1,000%. 1,000%.
I would have to go back to when we went from Jimmy Schwartz.
Yes. Yes.
Exactly.
Look, golly, I'm so glad, Pierre, you said this, man.
Sorry, I got to read this and I'll get back into it. TJ Parker has the upside.
So
of
glad you
being
said it. Like, I don't need them to be top 10.
And at the minimum, great run stopping edge.
Go ahead,
and
guys.
that's what he's saying
I think
about TJ Parker. What were you going to say, Rev? You're lagging a little bit, but I got you.
Yeah, I think I'm lagging on my end. But all I was going to say, man, is just what Pierre said is like, look, this is going to make that much of a difference because in a base front, when it comes to stopping the run, you're going to have 5-man box. You're going to have 5 players on the defensive line. as opposed to just as Sean McDermott's regular 4-3. So adding that fifth player, on the line is going to clog up more lanes to help solve, their deficiencies against the run. And so just by adding an extra player alone is going to help. And then your linebacker is going to trigger downhill. That's why you got Dorian Williams. And you see they haven't even drafted a linebacker right now because that guy can go downhill, stop the run. And then you got press man corners on the outside who's going to jam up these receivers. You know what I'm saying? And so I think just the scheme alone is going to look a whole lot different. It's going to help this team, especially run defense. But we can still look and see them adding another defensive tackle, but and we still got two more guys that they're looking at that haven't gone off the board yet. I mean, so it's still up in the air right now, guys. But I do.
I gotta
restart that router for me, Rev. Restart that router.
Let me bring this up. We went from a 4-3, like this is a big switch from a 4-3 to a 3-4 defense because now you got to switch up personnel, you got to switch up all this stuff. So I was gonna bring up a point earlier. When we had Jimmy Schwartz as our defensive coordinator, obviously we had the dogs on the squad at the time, right? Marcel Darius at the time was in that defense. We had Mario Williams. We were rocking, we were rolling, right?
Yep, Kyle Williams, yeah.
Yeah, you caught Kyle Williams. Was Jerry was on the squad at the time?
What are you talking about? Back when who was? Schwartz?
Jimmy Schwartz. Jimmy.
Yeah, you had the captain, Marcel Darius.
Yeah, Marcel Darius. Yeah, we had the boys in the middle. It was
almost Zach Hughes and Mario Williams on the other
side.
But that was a wide 4 down lineman.
Wide 9, 54 sacks that year. And let me tell you something. We finished that year 4th in 2014. We finished with 54 sacks. We were a top 5 defense. We finished let me just make sure I got this correctly. Top 5 defense, and we finished 4th in points and 5th in yards. Then Rex Ryan came in, scraps the whole 4-3-D. We understand that. You got to find a new personnel. They dropped to 15th in scoring defense, 22nd in yards allowed per play, right? 27th in sacks. So, like, obviously, and Rex Ryan was supposed to be the guru. He was supposed to come through. So, like, the reason I'm bringing this up is you don't go in and get depth. You get dogs. You get guys that can come in, and because you're going to need all the dogs you can. So if you have a Caden McDonald sitting right there and you decide to bypass him and you go for TJ Parker, you better hope TJ Parker comes in and really gives you a boost and he really makes the big difference. But he's going to be competing with the likes of Javon Solomon. Why? Because you got Bradley Chubb on one side and Greg Rousseau on the other. So you've got a rotational piece at this point. A rotational piece. And we're waiting for Michael Hoyt to come back. So he's depth. Nonetheless, I'm trying to think of this. I'm like, this is crazy to me, right? Just look at what's going on. Unless somebody's going to get traded, which I doubt.
Is Rousseau able to play inside?
Yes.
He put him outside.
Well, no, I'm saying, but is he able to play inside?
I think so.
He played a little bit in college, right? You're a Miami guy, you know.
They used to rush him from the inside on third down. So what I think that what you're trying to get at is with your kind of contrary to what I'm going to argue a bit with Rev here. So that's not how it works. So like you're going to run a 3-4. So the difference is your defensive ends that you had are all like they were playing 7 or 9 technique. And if you're going to be playing a majority of a 3-4, which I mean, you play nickel most of the time, but when you are in your base defense, your ends are going to be 5 techniques or 4-eye. So you need these bigger defensive ends because you don't have that second defensive tackle typically.
Yeah, that's right.
So in where you currently is you have your 2 defensive tackles. So you've got your like a TJ Sanders is a gap shooter and stuff like that. You don't know how he fits this defense so well. Maybe if he can transition to a little bit outside, he does have some quickness. Not sure if he has the length. So the reason you get a guy like TJ Parker and Russo is because they're long and they can hold the point of attack. It almost works in your favor because I used to tease you guys for years that McDermott and Bean used to obsessively draft 3-4 ends for your 4-3 defense. So I never quite got it, but now it almost works in your favor. Landon Jackson is a perfect 5 tech. So I think that some of the personnel you have, but my problem, well, give him a shot. Like he got hurt, right? But my concern for you guys is because you're moving into this like a 3-4, you need your 0-1 technique, which is your nose. So you don't have that 2 defensive tackles anymore. You're going to have like, you need the, what's his name? Sam Adams, Ted Washington, Vince Wilfork, like these Pat Williams, these type players to clog it up. So that's where I think a Caden McDonald would have been really useful. But again, with your defensive ends, TJ Parker is a perfect 3-4 defensive end. He's not the Nick Bonito on the outside that's going to play your 7 and 9 gaps. That's going to rush your passer. That's kind of where you're missing a little bit. Like that's remember when Von Miller used to make his hay in Denver because that type of outside guy. But regardless, I think Parker's going to play a lot for you guys because of the fit in the scheme. And him and Russo can man those 2 defensive ends, and they're both very good against the run. So I think you just need a fat guy in the middle because the problem is that without the 2 defensive tackles to shield your linebackers have always been a bit more on the smaller side. So again, linebacker kind of changes in what you need as well. Shaq Thompson, for instance, he's a little bit undersized. So there is a concern there. Now, can they beat it with quickness? Maybe. So that at the end of the day, you're still gonna have a decent defense because you have a bunch of talented players and you got really good secondary. But
hey, Johnny, you said it best.
The pieces you're bringing in are the pieces that are trying to fit this defense, right? Igbenogson.
And this is one of those situations where it's like we gotta just wait and see how it goes down. But I mean, fuck, are we sick and tired of waiting and seeing? Let's wait and see.
Yes,
Let's wait and see. I'm sick and tired of it. We're sick and tired of waiting and seeing. We always do this. We wait and see. We'll see. Let's let him develop. He'll be next to Greg Rousseau and Bradley Chubb.
Here, you know what? Here's what's going to happen. I can tell you right. You guys know as well as I can already tell you right now. I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. It's already going to come down to some moment in the divisional round right now. No matter what happens in the regular season, no matter what they do tonight, tomorrow, it's just going to come down to one more moment in the divisional round. The question is, or the AFC Championship, whatever, is it going to go their way? Is it going to go their way? I mean, that's just what it is. I'm telling you, this is what kills me about this whole thing. We sit here and we talk about this guy and that guy and this guy. Here's what's going to happen. It's going to be a moment in the divisional round, the championship round. Is it finally going to break their way?
Bingo.
That's what kills me about this whole thing. We sit here and then we watch the whole year, right? September, every single game, every single moment. And then there you are. There you are in January and you're just waiting. Is it going to break our way? And God, I hope it does. At some point, boys. And I hope at some point these picks wind up having an impact on that. But it's crazy. You already know that's what's going to happen. Pierre, I know you agree with me.
No, yeah. I mean, we're talking all this stuff about the draft, and Johnny said it best. We're still going 12-4 at the end of the day. So it's like it's going to come down to, like you said, Bot. Are things going to add up? Are the balls going to bounce a certain way? Are we going to be able to make one play when it matters? That Cooks is Brandon Cooks going to actually catch it this time, right? So that's what it comes down to. Man.
Allen going to hit the wide open guy for the winning touchdown. Same thing.
I mean, for that too.
Wide open. Yeah.
It comes down to one play though.
Going around him,
right? Yeah. So it comes down to Dane Jackson not giving up, or a rookie safety not being able to make the play late. So again, it takes down one play. So hey.
Yo, Cognitive, to your point,
long, but hey, we good.
Cognitive, he's saying you can't complain about the same old thing. For starters, the same old thing, I think that's more referring to the fact that the outcome of the season, I think we more or less know with Josh Allen what the regular season outcome is going to be. I think the only variance is what the seeding is going to be. I'm hoping at one of these points we can get a 1 seed. That would be phenomenal. But you're saying, we got to see the new system. I think we're all in alignment with that. But that comes with TJ Parker. With the second round pick at corner, I don't know what the scheme has to do with that. That's just a depth pick. Bean's already said as much. So I don't think the scheme has anything to do with that pick in particular. And then to Rev's point, I could see the run defense fellas improving with an adjustment to the scheme. This idea that a scheme change alone is going to completely alter the Bills' run defense from bottom 5 to top. Though. I don't know, man.
I don't know. We don't have the personnel. We don't like usually. I know. We talk about we need the these strong defensive ends at the end, but like who are they? Who are they? Are they dogs that make a difference, like a difference maker, a blue chip guy? No.
Greg Rousseau is
the same
actually
bullshit
amazing
areas.
against the run, right? Ed
Pardon me?
Oliver is solid against the run. Rousseau is solid against the run. Chubb is known for being solid against the run. Sanders, draft pick, or Parker, solid against the run, right? So as far as holding the edge and making sure that is what it is, it's solid, right? Now it's all about how we're able to scheme things up the middle, right? Now, as far as the Jim Leonard, his whole thing is we run a 3-4, but you never know who the fourth guy is going to be. And that's what makes his defense so deadly. It always seems like he's blitzing from some angle, but we're almost always rushing 4, right? So again, it's going to be interesting to see the scheme change and how that works. But it's like you said about Jim Schwartz. Who do we have before Jim Schwartz? We had Dave Wanstead. Ended up having the worst defense. We had the 32nd ranked defense.
Golly.
Right?
Last for the
The
past.
very next year, we had the cold front. And everyone knows what the 2014, arguably the best defense of all time, for the Buffalo Bills, right? And that all happened in 1 year. We went from the worst defense in 2013 to arguably one of the best defense in 2014 in 1 year, right? So a scheme change could definitely change the entire script.
For sure. I'm just saying without an adjustment at personnel, I don't see how it could completely go from one end of the spectrum to the other. Improvement. Yeah, absolutely. I think we're all banking on that. Why else would you, in reality, have gone off of McDermott and then be hyping? I mean, Jim Leonard's got a lot of hype, right, coming into this team. The thing of it is McDermott, and to your point, McDermott did a lot of good as well. I mean, the defenses under McDermott, for the most part, were good. It was always back to those 1 or 2 moments. In many of McDermott's years, the defense was better than good. It was really good. But there were just certain aspects of it in certain moments that went to the wayside. I had felt that if there was going to be two defensemen taken in a row, I would have bet my life almost on at least one of them being either linebacker or interior D-line. And where I'm left wondering now, with knowing, and obviously this is where the scheme is going to play into it with what TJ Parker's role is going to be, but with knowing that you have Rousseau and Bradley Chubb ahead of him, and then obviously knowing that going corner as well is a pure depth move, where is the impact player coming from in this draft? And I don't know if we see it immediately, and I feel like it's going to have to obviously take something happening with their current personnel in order for us to see this impact. So
I understand we have to have a level of grace for first-year defensive coordinator Jim Leonard, the same way that we had to give some grace for Rex Ryan when he came in and overhauled and had to go into his scheme. So then I was thinking, okay, so like first year, you understand it. You got different personnel. Some guys playing out of position. You got to draft, all that stuff. Second year, it stayed the same shit. Nothing changed. I just hope that this scheme changed to 3-4. I'm sure it's going to be great. Big things were said about Jim Leonard coming through. I really hope it works out, because I'll tell you right now, man, if we're talking about, hey, we want Josh's window to stay open as wide as possible, this, that, and the third, I really hope that we at least maintain what we've been doing at least. I know the joke was, at least we're still go 12-4. But you know what the problem was? We went 12-4 and we fell apart when it really mattered at the end of the day. Fell apart because we didn't have enough of the dogs to make the difference. That's all we've been asking for is a dog. We better hope TJ is a dog. And he makes a difference. You better hope Igbenogson is a dog. And what did the Dolphins do? Are the Dolphins picking, Kevin?
No, I hope our guys stay healthy for sure.
2 guys.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing too. And is it? I guess you could say that it's being, I guess, proactive, if you will. But part of me feels like, what are you like? Are you shook that like you're But I can't say that because injuries happen at any point. And we've been caught with our pants down because we weren't prepared. So I suppose I have to give him that. He's being proactive to say, hey, if something does go down, at least I'm set with here. Because I did that last year with Dorian Strong. Look what happened. He banged his neck up. So I get it. He's like, bro, every time I think I'm ahead, now I got to double back up again. It just sucks that you have to trade up and get this guy. But anyways, we'll see how it goes. Like you said, I'll jump in that life jacket. You know what I mean? Throw me that, I'll hold on to it.
I'll hold on at this point, if you die, you die at this point. if he dies, he dies.
That's right. If he dies, he dies. That's what it comes down to. Dolphins are picking. You're up, Kev. Hopefully they can put a smile on your face before the end of this third round.
I had like 3 names, and they just went in the last 4 picks. It was a rough go. Brazil.
It is a rough go, man. You've had your face in the palm for a minute. Listen, my man Bot, you've been kind of watching. How's it? You good now? You've been watching the Twitter feed.
I'm playing musical chairs over here.
Is Twitter falling apart? Talk to me.
All-time crash out, man. I mean, this is where when stuff like this goes down, this is what Twitter was made for. I mean, I have had the same account since 2011. And you'll never get me off this app. I mean, this is what it's made for. Just you go to the comment section on anything. Granted, the best part is this is where you hope these guys pan out and you go back and look at this stuff later. But if you were to compile, say you had like a software that was able to extract every comment on these picks so far and then run them through a meter that went to a positive scale or a negative scale, we're talking a 97% clip here. On the negative side.
Oh my God. I mean, listen, Tyler Dunn's got a tweet up. He put it half an hour ago, and he said there was a good question asked by John Scott, and it was over taking corner versus a player with a clear starting path. Like, I don't know, let's say whomever they decided to go and choose over. Anyways, Brandon Bean noted that I don't know if you shared this already, Bot, so forgive me if you didn't or not. But Brandon Bean came in and his notes were saying, hey, listen, man, if you've got a liability on the field, the opposing quarterback, sees a bullseye, especially the elites. And immediately you know who he's referring to, right? Back in the KC game, the minute we saw Kyer, it was like a milk check, pretty much. And obviously last year, was it Darnell Savage that got burnt? Bo Nix saw it. He's like, got it. And it sucks because that's exactly what took place. A gentle nod back and to each other's last year. Listen, in 24, Mahomes to Kyer. Boom. Benford went out. Kyer got cooked. In 25, Peyton and Bo Nix, Darnell Savage. And the crazy thing is Darnell Savage didn't touch the field once, and they got him in there over Dane Jackson. Boom. They were both.
You know what, though, Rico? You want to know what the worst part of all that was? Is it would have been Jamarcus Ingram going in there if they didn't release him to bring in Darius Slay, who said, I'm not coming to Buffalo. So then that's what happens. So we're talking about depth. We're talking about depth at corner. Yep. Jamarcus Ingram was that depth until he wasn't, because Darius Slay was supposed to be, until Darius Slay said, I ain't going to be there. Right. So I don't know, man.
We ain't gonna be there. Exactly right.
I mean, isn't it just so hilarious, though, that sequence of events right there, by the way, the trickle down effect of what that was, the trickle down effect of Jamarcus Ingram to Darius Slay to that whole debacle to then right down to the not the series of plays, the next play. Bo Nix said what Brandon Bean said, right? Bullseye. Boom. There it is. And that was basically, that was game, because the Bills just needed to get a stop on that series and they would have been off to the AFC Championship.
And we all knew it. The minute that happened, we were like, oh crap. There goes Darnell Savage. We're done. We're cooked. And that was it. And it keeps happening to us every freaking year. Injuries come at the worst times. But you know what? Blame it on McDermott all you want, because he played Max Harrison a little too late in that last game. And then boom, he gets hurt. So listen, decisions. Kevin, what did your boys do? I missed the pick.
Oh, we took a blocking tight end with zero athleticism and no ability to contribute in any way. We basically took a lesser Jackson Hawes 2 rounds earlier than you guys.
Sheesh. So I don't think you're not having a good time.
Once again, you may as well have just not picked. You know what I mean? You may as well have just signed an extra UDFA.
Just go on a signing spree.
They took that bum receiver, the last one, with all these guys on the board. I just watched them all go off. Hurst is better. Barzell was better. Bell was better. Both Bells, Skylar and Chris Bell, were better. I could have named like 15 receivers that were better than this bum we took. The tall guy that can't make a contested catch. Now they took a blocking tight end. Like, you guys were crying about depth. I just a special teamer, you know. I can already hear the press conference. A core special teamer. I'm sure he's a captain his whole life. You know what I mean? All the bullshit they give you when they draft a bum with no ceiling.
That was the best way I've ever heard a draft pick described, where you just said
last year you guys took him. I was furious. You got us in the 5th. We took him in the 3rd. We took the Temu Jackson Hawes in the 3rd round.
I'm using that till the end of time, Kev. What'd you think of that round 1 pick? We just shouldn't have even taken it. We just shouldn't have even drafted. We just shouldn't even have drafted. We should have just hit auto draft.
Don't even bother. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, just mail it in. Give the pick to charity. I don't know. I don't know.
Damn. Kevin going in.
Wolfgang, I have been happy. I see the comments. I have been happy. I was very happy in 21 when they took Waddle and Jalen Phillips. I was happy last year in the 1st round when they took Kenneth Grant. I was very unhappy the year before when they took Chop Robinson.
You did not like that.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah.
Well, I literally said, I was sitting with my friends and they said, who would you take? And I was like, oh man, there's like Quinyon Mitchell and all these guys. I said, I don't think they could pick someone that would make me upset. Oh, except Chop Robinson. And then that was
that's when it happened. Oh man, listen, it happens, man. This is we knew this going into the draft, where there's a possibility that your team is going to have some picks that'll make you happy, or the opposite. The Bills, it always ends up being 50-50. You know what I'm saying? Like, just 50-50. With Kevin, it just feels like more on the what the heck are we doing side than, oh, they did pretty good. I feel bad. And I'm sitting here, and like you said, we're sitting here going, we drafted depth. You're like, man, I would have gladly grabbed that.
Well, at least your guys, he's very athletic. He's a press corner. Maybe you don't see a path to starting right away, but he's athletic. We took a blocking tight end. in the 3rd round. The guys who will be there in the 6th round. I don't know what happened. Did they lose their page with these last 2 picks? Did they mistakenly pull up the 6th round page and that's what they're drafting off of?
By the way, for those hoping on receiver, when the Bills get to 101, 8 receivers in round 3 so far. Massive run. One just went
I saw
a couple of seconds ago. Xavier Thomas to the Bears. I don't even know what they do at 101. I don't know if it'll be a receiver.
Bro, your guess is as good as ours, brother. Listen, 60. We didn't know they were going to do it 66, and here we are. So listen, it's a crapshoot from here. Day 3 is going to be a doozy.
Day 2 is coming to an end. Only 3 picks left, I think. Right.
Yeah. Speaking of day 3, Bot, what you're saying, Kev? What are you saying?
Huh?
Are you with us, Bot? Can you stomach it?
For what, day 3?
Oh yeah.
Bot, you win?
I don't know.
He usually bails on day 3. Day 3 is not a day.
I know. I was just thinking about that.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about
Remember
that.
he was sick last year.
I usually got that thing going on day 3. But
I'm starting to feel it now.
No. Genuinely though,
too many
fellas. Fellas. Genuinely. I forgot about this time last year. Draft weekend was one of the sickest I've as you know, Kevin didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to hear my excuse. It was one of the sickest I've ever been in my entire life. I didn't think I
Rough.
was gonna make it. Well, listen, they got about 100 picks tomorrow. So
I'll warn you right now, day threes are brutal. And we're gonna have to stomach it. Even if we take shifts and going in and out.
how about we got Irish goodbye by everyone. No one said, "Hey, I gotta go and hit the bathroom." Everybody just laughed.
The Irish goodbye. Well, listen, Kevin is way too polite to do an Irish goodbye. He would never. Pierre, on the other hand, he's an Irish goodbye. He's like, I'm out.
No, I don't know what's going on.
Kevin's too good for that.
Every now and then, it's funny. Like something happens on my feed where I couldn't hear bot for the last 2-3 minutes. I could hear you, but not bot. It happened.
You didn't miss much. I was just saying, this time last year, I thought I wasn't gonna make it, and now this year, I don't think Rico thinks he's gonna make it after what he just witnessed. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh boy!
Last year, that day 3. Oh man, it was
buddy.
It was a stretch.
It was a doozy. It was a doozy.
So hey, let's talk yesterday real quick. Where were you guys at when you heard Ty Simpson to the Rams at 13? Because at the draft there was an audible gasp, like a collective gasp in the room.
Wow! And he was there, wasn't he there?
Oh, he was there. Yeah, he was out in the field. TD had asked him about becoming a Jet or whatever. I mean, going to the Rams made sense to me at some point, just because I get wanting the successor. At 13, with the MVP, a play away from probably winning the Super Bowl, because if they beat Seattle, they were going to destroy New England. And so I just don't know how you give up 13 there without. Well, I don't get how you justify giving up 13 there for a quarterback that was a fringe first rounder when you could have just gone another weapon and just made that offense is already on paper the best in the NFL. Yeah. You could have done a variety of different things. I thought it was crazy. How did you guys feel when you what was the pick yesterday? I guess that was like, wow, I don't know about that one.
I mean the quarterback one, the Rams taking the quarterback was, I was like, oh damn, okay, because it was all about like, okay, if Ty Simpson gets falls down, maybe the Cardinals can switch into there. We're like, well, there that goes. Ty Simpson's gone, so Cardinals certainly ain't switching up, and that was a big one. I think when the Giants that took Arvell Reese, instead of Bailey. That was
Bailey already went to the Jets.
Sorry, it was Arvell Reese over who they were going to take somebody else.
Bain.
I can't. Was it Bain or was it?
Caleb Downs,
Jordan Tyson. They were like, should go receiver. And then they went with the edge. We're like, dude, you got Thibodeau the year before that, or a couple years before that. You got Abdul Carter, and now you have another edge. Like, what are you guys doing? That was the big okay, that don't make no damn sense. So here we are. Bottom of the freaking third, and it was shaken up in the first 10 rounds. Listen, every top 10, there's always something that shakes up. But that Ty Simpson one was a big one. We're like, we saw it happen. We're like, what the heck? Because Kevin wasn't there for that one. So we saw it happen. We're like, dude, are you kidding me? And then the whole fiasco. I mean, people are still trying to figure it out now whether Snead and McVay were on the same page with this. So one was explaining something else. The body language of another was something different. So now they're not sure if they like it, but now it looks like they're back on the same page. But who knows?
Well, of course. After you have a conversation about how that looked. I mean, I don't know how. Listen, they can say whatever they want. You cannot justify to me McVay being 100% chips in the middle of the table on Ty Simpson at 13 when Matt Stafford, Hall of Fame bound quarterback, just had his best year of his career. They should have won. They could have won the Super Bowl. I shouldn't say should have, but they were the best team throughout the year. And they were 2 losses to Seattle away from really flipping their year. And both those games came down to the wire. Ironically enough, though, I thought the 2 worst picks of the first round came in the NFC West. That was bar none the worst. I didn't understand Jeremiah Love to the Cardinals makes absolutely no sense to me. That's a guy that's just it's like it's like McCaffrey to the Panthers, right? It's like Saquon to the Giants.
You really they needed that. They
They
absolutely
need
that.
everything. They need everything. And this idea, Jeremiah Love is going to be able to be as productive as he would have been anywhere else with a team that just needs so much. They don't even have a quarterback. All you have to do at this given moment is basically just hone in on them pounding the rock. Can't you just see it pan out like all these other ones, though, where like it doesn't work out in Arizona because they have nothing else? Then he'll get shipped somewhere, and then all of a sudden, CMC, right, goes to the Niners, offensive player of the year. Saquon goes to the Eagles, offensive player of the year. Genty could be in the same boat if they don't figure it out, but I think they're at least on the right way here. Arizona, to me, though, it's just too high. It's just too high to justify it. It's not the player at all. It's the team. It made no sense for the team, in my opinion.
I heard it was the owner.
Yeah, I could see that.
I heard the owner had a big part in that. He's the one that was really for it.
Well, the vibe was, Kev, it was a business play, right?
Yeah. It's like the movie Draft Day.
Yeah.
Sonny, make a splash, Sonny. I need you.
Yeah, sell the jerseys, sell the tickets.
Cleveland Royalty, sell the tickets. Defense doesn't make a splash. That's what it reminds me of. He came in, he was like, make a splash. Especially it's Arizona, right? They're nickel and dime everything. So they're like, bring this guy in. It'll be a marquee name on the wall, so people will buy tickets. Make a splash, because they spent a bunch of money on Connor. They spent a bunch of money on Tyler Algier that they brought over. They spent a second round pick on Benson 2 years ago or something like that, 2-3 years ago now. And they have a fourth guy, I forget who. So this is like the fifth running back. So and he's fantastic. No one's arguing.
Yeah.
I'm with you. But you'd usually drop the running back in at the end.
Right.
Right. You don't
once you have everything figured out. Right.
Yeah. Not when you have no quarterback, no offensive line.
Right.
So I thought that was, obviously the worst pick was Caleb Proctor. No, the worst pick was
you're not letting it go.
The worst pick was I forget who took the guard. The chat would know. Oh my God, they took a third round guard in the first round. It was a brutal pick. I heard first it would have been Keelan Rutledge for Texans.
Oh, the Texans, yeah.
I believe he went in the first round. He's not a first round guard, although I've heard some rumblings he was going to go, but I was like, nah, it can't be,
Bro, can we talk about how poorly we as mock drafters have done with what we thought the Bills were going to do and what they actually did?
How about even not just the Bills? How about league wide? The Roundtable, all the 32 creators at Roundtable
league wide, yeah.
Every single pick after Mendoza was wrong. Not one single correct slot after one. Not a single one.
Dude, do you guys have 30 guys? Did you actually have a full 30 guys to do the picks?
Yes, and there was not one single correct pick.
One.
Not a single one.
That goes to tell you.
That was the first round yesterday, right?
That's a weird draft year, man. Well, Kev, you guys are up after the Rams, I believe.
Oh, fuck. The Cowboys are having a great draft. I don't like
Yeah, I agree.
They just got Barham from Michigan. He's like an edge player who would have been really good for you guys, actually, because he's almost more of an outside linebacker / edge type thing. They're killing it.
Who was Denver's coordinator last year?
What's his name? Not a Jarrell. That's is it Vance Joseph?
Was it Vance?
No. It was sorry.
Vance Joseph. It is Vance Joseph.
Yeah.
No, it was Joe Lombardi.
What?
Hold on.
Was it? Okay.
I think so.
The reason I'm asking that is just I'm now it's forcing me to go back and look at where they drafted last year, the year before, and how they got guys like Nick Benito and the rest of that defense. What round, how they got them. I'm curious because I'm very curious to see how this is going to shape out for these Bills. Who the heck is Keegan Trust? Okay,
good player, offensive tackle.
Should we super chat it up?
Oh yeah. Must. It's a must.
Dolphins.
Where do we begin?
Block again. We've already got
a
blocking tight end. Maybe we should get fullback.
Let's start right here because I think this is where I last got something, and then we'll pause for you, Kev, when your team goes in, picks. My man says, Era says, yo, another heartbreaking loss and expect the rumor mill to spin. Josh will have to leave Buffalo. He can potentially be a top 3 QB of his era to never win it. Come on, Era.
You know what? We were having this
brother.
conversation over the weekend. Who would be more likely of the core 4 to retire with a different team? Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, and Burrow. And I had said Burrow.
Yeah.
But God, I just for the life of me, I could never conceive the idea of Allen doing it. I would be sick to my stomach in a way that I could not even describe.
Something would have to implode so bad. Something must have, like, and then unless next year if something disastrous happens, he's like, trade me, I'm out of here. But he couldn't do it. I just can't do it.
I'll never recover.
Lamar
You imagine getting that? I mean, yeah, that would be my second guess beyond Burrow. You imagine getting that Noti though, Josh Allen. Like you imagine seeing that. I mean, I
throw up. I don't even know. I don't even know what it feels like to like. I think it was like a few weeks ago we were talking, and I was thinking to myself, I'm sorry, Kevin, I have to bring this up, but how do we manage when we were just year after year dealing with mediocrity, and just every year thinking
Mediocrity
is
being kind, because we were mediocre for years. You guys were terrible.
I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but
we treaded that line of mediocrity more often than not. That was the worst part of it. It was usually like middle of the pack. I mean, yeah, there was some brutal years.
Dolphin is Greek for 8-8. You know what I mean? Like that's our milieu. Anywhere between 7 and 9, 8 and 8. I know we got 17 games now, but I've been 8 and 8 my whole life. We've had a 1 or 2 bad ones and then a 1 or 2 good ones. But it's like always, like if you had Ryan Tannehill behind center, you could bank on 7.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it was so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching, like, you watch all these, because there was nobody more represented in Pittsburgh than Jets fans, because it's the Super Bowl, right? And to your point, Rico, it's like, I don't know either. I don't. You want to know how? You want to know what it is? When you never had an Allen, you never knew what that felt like, so you never knew any better. I think now, should that happen again post Allen, I don't know how I'll be able to handle it. We didn't know any different, or at least I didn't. Like, I wasn't alive for the 90s, so I didn't know any better. Dude, now that I know better, I don't know how I would be able to handle it.
We can't go back. We just can't. That's it. We got to just keep rolling, man. So they better, bro. That's why I understand Ty Simpson being drafted. When I really think about it, I was like, hold on now. Matthew Stafford maybe has 1 year, maybe 2. I don't know, but bro, he's as good as gone. His back is hanging on. So at least you've kind of looked to the future for another 10, 15 years. Hopefully he works out. So that's not a bad move to make. And if you're picking 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, you're not going to get a Ty Simpson.
Yes.
Wow.
Finally.
Must be. I was going to say, finally is right. I'm happy for it. I don't even know who it is, and I'm already happy for it.
Chris Bell.
Right. Who'd you get?
Chris Bell.
No.
Oh, you did?
Yes. Back.
Dude, we're not.
Did I see 3 wins?
If you're going to trade up Buffalo, this is when you could have done it. You could have done it right here. This is where you could have done it. The Bills are picking the first in the 4th round. They're the first pick in the 4th round. If you wanted them, you would have got them. But Bean was too busy doing a press conference. We're not worried about today. He's out of here. Good for you, Kevin.
I like this guy.
Good for you, Kevin.
So I'll give you my impartial review. Like he's a
what does he remind you of?
DK. Like he's a terrible wide receiver and an unreal athlete. So he's like a gamble. You know what I mean? Like he's big, he's fast, he's like can't run too many routes though. He literally just runs drags across the middle or goes. But he's really hard to tackle. Like Miami University would know. He crushed them last year. But it's like high upside. You know what I mean? Like not like a fucking blocking tight end like we just took, like a high upside. So maybe he's a big boomer bust. But I really liked his traits. I really thought his athleticism he's kind of built almost like a Debo. That would be a better comp. Would be like a Debo
A
Samuel.
bigger Debo.
Get the ball.
I mean, listen. At least you got something for Malik. I think Malik is going to be pretty good for you guys, man. I really do. I think he'll succeed. And the guy, he's mobile. You just did not have that in Tua. Tua's not mobile. And
no, at least
he was limited.
Hey, we got a blocking tight end now, so
yeah. Hey, watch out! Watch out!
Sky's the limit. We might even hit 4 wins. I mean, we get the Jets twice. We get the Jets twice, right? So, yeah,
I like it. My man Don Cali says, "Yo, thank God for Kingpin's inspirational optimism and Kevin's misery. Like day one, was expecting more on day 2. Just don't see any juice. BF is the best." Hey, Don Cali, we appreciate you, man. Not a lot of juice today. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not a lot of juice. That's pretty bang on with that assessment.
That's why I poked Pierre earlier. I poked him. I wanted to get the rally because I could see everyone was all furious in the comments, and no one. What is it? No one circles the wagons. Like,
oh yeah,
right?
Oh no one touches him.
Yeah,
his ability to do what he does is I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
And then he
lets us crash out.
No, he can. That's the gift. That's the gift he has.
Yeah.
He lets us crash out heavy, and then he's like, "Okay, let me find the angle that bring everybody back."
He waits in the weeds. He waits in the weeds for the
yes, he does. Waits in the weeds and says, "Here's a positivity right here for you."
Back up a bit. You know when he gets into this pose?
Oh yeah. He's waiting
got the
for
one arm back, right? And he's giving a serious stare. And he's quiet.
Yeah, he's waiting for it.
And then he's
waiting to pounce right from the weeds.
And then he goes,
I'll tell you that right now.
Man. And then he launches into the sermon, and you're ready. You're ready to pass the collection plate out, right?
I thought it was
he's gonna make you believe, you know? Yeah.
The cornerback will be the yearly sub in for the Bills starter that gives up a TD in the second when he goes in. I hope not, man. I hope it's not a revolving freaking door. But the way they talk about Jim Leonard's defense is going to be chaotic. It's going to be coming after you. You don't know who's coming from left, right, or center. Boy, I hope that's the case. Well, folks, that's the last pick for either one of our guys. I mean, I'm not really interested in what the Steelers are doing, and the Bills will be picking tomorrow, first pick of the day, and then we've got 2 more picks late in that. So we got 3 picks in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, I believe, and then 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Listen, Kev, before you get out of here, anything you want to talk to the people about?
What? I got nothing going on.
You got nothing? You don't want to plug your podcast?
Yeah. So my podcast. Yeah. A life of yeah. No.
I like it.
Yeah, you can add me. That's my Twitter handle.
That's it. Add my boy Kev Gerard 13. Do me a favor. Let's get my man some subs. Get him up there. Get some conversations in. He's got some insiders that nobody knows about, and I love it. I love it a lot.
Whatever that means.
Oh, he knows it. Talk to me, Bud. What you got?
No, I just love that insiders nobody knows about, but they are good. That's the thing. Yeah. They are good.
Credible.
And credible is right. You're damn right. Well, what I got for you is a BF15 promo code down in the description below that I need you to take advantage of. Listen, if you're like me, you know I like a little bit of Bill. Rico, do I like Bill's merch?
You love it way too much.
I think I don't mind it. But you want to know what I like even better? Getting it from a locally owned business like Buffalo Gift Emporium. They're the bomb. And they're located not only online, where you can use that promo code BF15 for 15% off your full purchase, but where else are they located, Rico? Williamsville, and where's that?
Tonawanda, baby. I think they should have to actually add another one in Cheektowaga. What do you think about that?
I would be in. Maybe they will, because they're doing real well right now, and there's a reason for that. They have awesome stuff, everything you could need, from Sabres gear to Bills gear, you name it. It's all at Buffalo Gift Emporium. Get in on it. There's no better time to do it. The draft's underway. We're getting geared up for the 2026 season. The Sabres are having their best season in 15 years, so it's time to get after it. I have that Bills baby book, by the way, right there. I love that thing. There's just so much cool stuff, from apparel to collectibles, homemade items, you name it. It's at Buffalo Gift Emporium. Tons of awesome stuff. BF15 is the promo code. That gets you 15% off your entire purchase. Not only that, by the way, forgot to mention this earlier, giving away $100 gift card to Buffalo Gift Emporium. Really
hell yeah.
easy to enter. Just go over to the BF Instagram, Buffalo Fanatics over on Instagram. The post is up. All you got to do is like that post, follow Buffalo Gift Emporium, tag a friend in the comments. Boom. Instantly entered to win a $100 gift card. So shout out to our friends over at Buffalo Gift Emporium, partnering up with us for the draft weekend. Go show some love to them. They're awesome over there. BF15, once again, the promo code. Link in the description below. I mean, tomorrow will be interesting, I guess. There's a bunch of, it feels as though with Buffalo, they've already taken the depth approach. I think we're going to see a lot more of that tomorrow. The question is, Rico, is our boy Jack Stonehouse a bill tomorrow? We'll find that out.
I think that might be the only thing that allows Buffalo collectively to say, hooray, hip, hip, hooray. We got one guy.
Any one of your
Buffalo.
4 mocks have a single right answer yet?
Ooh, probably not even close, I would imagine.
Listen.
You all.
I don't think we're even close.
I think at least 3 of you need Stonehouse, if I remember correctly.
And guess what? You know what'll happen, Kev? They'll take him. And I was the only one that didn't do it. And you want to know why?
You did.
No, I told Bobby to switch it, and he didn't. He forgot to do it. He posted before it. I just genuinely forgot. I'm like, I saw your guys, and I'm like, oh my god, I completely.
You forgot Stonehouse.
To take my man Stonehouse in the 7th. So
is there a Buffalo guy out there like Buffalo U that because usually one guy and you always root for those guys to go on your team kind of thing?
Linebacker. What's the dude's name?
Was it Red Murdoch?
Yeah, Murdoch. Yep. You had him in yours, I believe, Rico, right?
I did have Murdoch. They usually give a flyer to
you got to
one of the. I mean, listen, we could. That might be the linebacker we go after. That's probably why we didn't go after a linebacker.
Murdoch, you have to call him Daredevil or something. I like it.
Kyle Lewis is still there.
That.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Yeah. I mean, you see the list. The list is right there, buddy.
Let's see. It is. Yeah, not good. Not great.
Yeah, C.J. Allen, Joshua Joseph, Bo
Let's
Stevens.
Go through. So Pierre. So what? Texans got. Elam's Orr is still out there. I don't think he's been taken. So
he's still out there. So Fields, that's it.
Yeah, Fields went to the Giants. Bud Clark is gone, and then that's it. He still has a shot. Trotter's gone. Concepcion's gone.
Yep.
I think Tyreek Sapp's still around. Keegan Trost is gone. Bobby, and then for you, Elam Orr is still out there. Bo Stevens is still out there. Fuller's still out there. You took Red Murdoch.
We might go Elam Orr, or we might go Red Murdoch later on. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. All right, folks. That is our time. That's our night. Dude, we appreciate every one of y'all. 2,400 y'all hanging out with us on draft night. Dude, you have no idea how cool it is to have you guys hang out with us. It's dope. It's great. And the support is real. But if you really want to support us, show up tomorrow, day 3. Be with us because emotionally we're going to need you. Because it's a long day. I think it's one of my worst days, but hopefully, and Brandon Bean doesn't have me excited to think that he's going to give me something good. So now we're going into this a little demoralized. I'm not gonna lie.
One question. Remember there was a super chat player and it was Laura was talking to Pierre and Pierre read it. Is that the Laura that we met at the thing?
Yes, it is.
I remember her.
Yes, it is. Our girl Laura. Always holding it down. Always good peoples.
Yeah, she's at
so it's gonna be great.
Laura's the best, man. Laura's the absolute best.
She is the best. All right, folks, we're gonna be out of here.
Hey, one more shout out, by the way. I want to genuinely say to everybody, you guys are the absolute best. Thousands of you last night, thousands of you tonight. You guys are the absolute bomb. One of the funnest weekends every year, not just because it's the draft, but because we get to hang out with you. You guys make it that much more special every year. We really appreciate each and every one of you. And like Rico said, we hope to see you tomorrow. But for tonight, that's going to do it. Shout out to Kev. You finally got something to be happy about at the end. Shout out to Pierre. True. And hey, we appreciate Pierre giving all of us a cordial goodbye when he left. That was really kind of him. When he left, he said, hey, I appreciate every one of you. And hey, Rico, Kev, Bot, I love you guys.
Yeah, he's out.
But shout out to Rev, shout out to Pierre. And once again, shout out to you guys. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Much love.
Shout out to the Lakers taking down the Houston Rockets without Kevin Durant.
Spam no one cares in the comments. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Much love. Go Bills.
Go.